we are live! Hello everyone, I'm Aeshmah and I'm gonna be running the Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut 2 Islands New Game Plus category for you guys on Lethal. First time ever in the marathon, that's gonna be exciting. And with me, I also have somebody on commentary.
Hello everyone, I'm Charlatan, you guys can call me Charlie, and I'm going to be doing commentary for this new run. So the director cut brings some new stuff to the game, and we create this category called Two Islands. So yeah, happy to show it to you guys.
Alright, and since we're gonna have about 4 hours to talk about the run at length, why don't we just go ahead and get this run started? So, I hope somebody is ready on the timer, because this run will be starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so for those of you guys not in the know, what does the Two Islands category even mean? Well, simply, the game takes place on the island of Tsushima, as per the title. However, with the Director's Cut upgrade, or rather with the Iki Island expansion, the developers added a second island, which is gonna be Iki Island, and we are gonna visit both of them and complete all the main quests on both islands. And that is why this category will take us about 4 hours, since we will be taking about 3 hours and change for the main game, which is Tsushima, and then roughly another hour to get through Iki Island. So let's get on it.
Yeah, so the DLC came this year and it's amazing. It adds a lot of stuff. It adds so much stuff that we had to erase all the old boards and create new ones for New Game Plus, because it adds some new skills and new stuff. So yeah, Two Islands is really interesting because you can see how both things kinda interact. So it's a really nice run to see.
Also, for those who has seen other runs of this game previously without the Iki Island expansion in place, just in case you want to be there for when that happens, the way the run is structured is that we have to complete the first act of the main game, which we will do normally, and once we get into Act 2, we will immediately head for Iki Island, and after that we will do Act 2 and 3 of the main game again. So if you exclusively want to watch the Iki Island portion of the run, you should be around here around the 1 hour and 30-minute mark to catch that.
You might disagree.
Yeah, so how Ghost of Tsushima works, you have basically 4 areas on the map, and you can't access one without completing the previous one. So for getting to be able to access the second part of the map and also Iki, you have to complete Act 1. Which is what we're doing right now, and you have like a main goal in Act 1, which is freeing Lord Chimura, and if you already did that, you can go to Act 2, and you also can go to Iki Island. There is a glitch that let you go to the area of Act 2 before completing Act 1, but unfortunately that glitch you can get into the area, but you can't do anything because all the NPCs are not there. So we have to complete Act 1 for getting to Iki.
Also, one of the new techniques you already see me using is the horse charge. This is a skill that you only get when you go to Iki Island, and what it basically lets you do is, in exchange for your resolve, which are these yellow bulbs in the lower left corner of the screen, which are also used for all the other special attacks and revives and heals and whatnot, you can make your horse charge for a short distance, which will also knock away enemies and sometimes even outright kill them, which is a pretty nifty skill to have, but it also makes your horse go a little bit faster. Now, if I were to have a full bar of resolve, all 10 bulbs, it would save about, I think we did the math, less than 2 seconds, so it's a very minuscule amount, but it does add up over the run. And even just using it for true resolve, as I can at the moment, that basically saves a couple frames here or there. So you just have to be reminded to do that constantly, because another thing that you get on Iki Island is some passive resolve gain. You wouldn't have that if you were to play just the main game, but if you complete the bamboo strikes on Iki, you get the ability to passively regenerate up to 2 resolve points whenever you are not in combat, which is pretty handy to have.
Yeah, also the horse charge let you like hit Mongols, so they go away and like get yeeted away, which also looks really cool.
Another
So
change. Oh yeah, go ahead.
So one thing that changed when the director cut came out was a glitch that we use really often, which is the sushi roll, the sushi roll, and that means that you could be crouching and start rolling, and as soon as you start rolling, before any Mongol spotted you, you were invisible. So all the stealth part, you can just get in your crouch and start rolling, and nobody was going to see you. And unfortunately, Sucker Punch patched that with the director cut release. So now we're using a different armor, which is the Mongol armor, which give you a lot of stealth. So we changed the charms. So now we have a period of time that we can go through Mongols without they get it full alerted. Because you can see there that you have the white portions on the lines, but if that doesn't get red, you can just you are not getting full spotted. So we have to change that because they patched the sushi roll.
So basically what the developers made us do, instead of just rolling through every stealth section, we are basically now just menuing through it because we equip the armor and then just run through it like, you know, nothing's bothering us in the first place. So, duh.
Yeah, so you're basically disguising yourself as a Mongol, so they don't recognize right off the bat that you are actually a Japanese samurai. So give it a take. I think we got even with the rolling, and because you don't have to roll now because it doesn't really matter if you are like sprinting at full speed. So I think it break even, I think.
It's probably just because we have to switch to the Mongol Commando's armor in between, which takes a bit of time to menu. It's probably a little bit slower, but yeah, it's not, you know, not a lot by any means.
Yeah, one interesting thing though, that also the Iki Island, you get one more charm. I mean, you get some charms, but one that is really useful is the charms of versatile skills, which give you double power of other charms if they are the only one in their category. So using the Mongol armor and having that charm give us the opportunity to rethink the whole charm construction of the armor. So actually, this Mongol armor has some cool charms that give you the possibility of pick up double the amount of resources, and also getting some resolve when you land perfectly on the ground. So more resolve you have, you can do the horde charge more often. So yeah, we actually have to rethink the whole run because Iki changed so much how you play New Game Plus.
It was actually really fun to just go back to some of the strategies that we had developed for over a year, I want to say, and just basically rethink, not exactly everything about the run, but a lot of, you know, little places. So even if you've seen this run before, you can probably spot a lot of stuff that has changed. It's, like I said, it's little things, but it makes the run exciting again to watch, and obviously to run as well, because otherwise you wouldn't be doing this right here.
Yeah. It's really cool because before we rely a lot of on fire, but we also change the ghost armor setup. So yeah, New Game Plus is really different. Like what it was like the early on the year.
Okay guys, this is a good place to talk about actually the difficulty options of the game, because the game comes with 4 difficulties, which are easy, medium, hard and lethal, lethal being the one we are actually playing on. And the stuff that changes between the difficulties is obviously the enemies are gonna get tougher on the higher difficulties, like they take more hits to bring down and they will deal more damage to you. They will also get more aggressive, so they will attack you faster one after the other. But Lethal actually changes that a little bit, because what happens on Lethal is you will deal quote-unquote critical damage with every hit, and so do the enemies. So what mostly happens is that you can die in a single sword stroke from your enemies, and most of the time they will too. So it's really just, you know, having a constant eye on your enemies, blocking and parrying or even dodging as needed, because when a single sword strike or arrow can kill you and you fight a lot of enemies at once, well, that will put you into some spicy situations.
Stop here.
So let's hope that I don't die at least too often in this run. Perfectly, I should die, well, basically never, but I guess we'll see about that. Because there are definitely some tough spots coming up in the later chapters.
How does it feel?
Like it was made for me.
Yeah, also like we said before, Jin, because this is New Game Plus, so Aeshmah already completed Iki once, and he has all the perks that were unlockable there. The fact that Jin can regain 2 resolve while not in combat is really important and useful on Lethal, because you have a skill that's called Iron Will, so that if you die, if you get like a critical hit and you faint, for saying in a way, with 3 resolve you can like get up and not die. So Aeshmah is going to keep like an eye on the resolve, because going to a fight that is known to be hard, you want to have 3 resolve so you can revive yourself in the case if you get a crazy arrow that came out of nowhere, for example.
Another thing that changes with the difficulty are item pickups. Like, basically the points at which you can pick up items are the same on all the difficulties. However, the quantity of items that you actually pick up there changes between difficulties. So you get a lot of stuff on easy, and you get, well, only a couple on lethal, which is exactly what's going to happen here in a moment, when I'm going to pick up all these arrows. And I will check how many explosive and fire arrows I get. If I get more than 0, I should be fine, but the game has a tendency to troll me a little bit. So I got 2 fire arrows and 0 explosive arrows. So yeah, we will be making a short shopping stop after this quest, because I definitely need more explosive arrows. I cannot make this work with 0 explosive arrows. Which is sad, because having to do the shopping trip here takes about 20 seconds or so, which is basically just lost time, but there is absolutely nothing you can do about that.
No.
Yeah, and as you can see, Aeshmah is already wearing the ghost armor, so this is the armor that we're going to use the most, and it has a really specific build, so it's focused on terrifying enemies. So Tsushima has a really interesting mechanic, which is terrifying enemies. So you can kill an enemy, and all the other Mongols can get terrified about that. And if you put an enemy on fire, for example, they can get terrified, and a terrified enemy counts as a defeat enemy. So this build is made so the most amount of Mongols can get terrified. So if you have to, for example, kill 10 enemies, you can just kill like 2 or 3, and all the other ones are gonna get terrified. So the mission is going to be complete, because you defeat all the enemies. So the ghost armor is built in that way.
That was actually a pretty bad fight right here, right now, because for some reason the Mongol commander actually got not hit by the explosive barrel. So I had to try and fight him normally, because I also didn't get any kunai pickups to actually break his guard immediately and then kill him. So that took a little bit of time there, but at least all the other Mongols got terrified in the process, so I didn't have to go and fight any stragglers. So yeah, I mean, it wasn't completely terrible, but it could definitely have gone a little bit better. But those are just things that can happen during a run, because as Charlton just explained, the terrify mechanic is still up to chance. Even though we have a pretty good chance of terrifying enemies, there is still a chance for it to, well, fail, for lack of a better word. Oh, we actually got some explosive arrows. That's good.
Curve of the Eagle.
And that is just something that you have to learn to adapt to. Like, does every Mongol or most of the Mongols run away, or do some stragglers stay behind that you then have to identify and find and, well, go and kill to make the game progress? Or is everything just going smoothly and you can just kill one Mongol and the rest of the camp flees? You never know.
Yeah, so that's why in Ghost of Tsushima you're going to be like some of best, and the actual PV is quite different because all the goals are like the best luck that you can have, which is like you kill one enemy and 10 of them are terrifying, and the worst luck is you have to kill all of them. So actually is how you can see the skill of the runner, because if you are like a straggler, you can like pick, okay, so I go after him, or I maybe kill this one nearby, so that one is going to get terrifying. So you can see how the runner choose how to proceed in that case.
Now, the good thing is, since I actually did get more explosive arrows, I don't think I have to do the shopping trip. I can just continue onward. So, hey, we're actually not losing any time. Nice. Well, we already did lose a little bit, but, you know, we're not gonna lose more. So, that calls for some celebration. And can I move, please? Thank you. Alright, and now we have recruited Sensei Ishikawa to our cause, because we actually have not talked about the story at all so far. So what is this game even about? Well, it kinda is historically accurate in the sense that, yes, Mongol force did invade, or try to invade, the island of Tsushima. However, that's basically where it ends, because there was no Ghost of Tsushima. That is all made up. However, what happens on the story is that all the samurai got killed, which again is historically accurate, and except for our main protagonist, Jin Sakai, and his uncle, Lord Chimura, which is also the lord of the island of Tsushima. And what we're trying to do in the first act is to try and rescue our uncle, because Jin heartily believes that if he can just manage to rescue his uncle, everything will be alright again, because he is such a strategic genius, military mastermind, so everything else is not as important. But since he is being held in Castle Kaneda, which is heavily fortified, we have to find some allies to actually be able to breach the defenses of the castle and rescue our uncle. So we just have to go around the island and try to find some allies that will fight for us.
Yep. So now we're going to Lady Masako, or Lady Massacre. Sadly, we can't see why, because we skipped the cutscenes. But yeah, but basically Act 1 is gather all the allies and go and free Lord Chimura. So we're getting people so we can go with some friends to Castle Canada to free Lord Chimura. And there is a question on chat actually. So when you need ammo, is there a quick fast travel location you can use?
I mean, that's yes and no answer, basically, because in Act 1, kinda not. I mean, luckily, I could have done that right now when I did the fast travel for the first time, because I have to fast travel to a survivor's camp to continue on. So I could buy some stuff there. However, I'm still at the start of the game. Oh my god, that has never happened before. Okay, these raiders are out for blood. Okay, let me just quickly get through these guys. And
yeah, I can answer.
Okay,
yeah, so
and so Act 1 is really tight on ammunition. It's like basically the only place where you can buy ammunition without losing a lot of time, because we will not see another camp during the whole of Act 1 to actually stock up on any ammunition. However, starting from Act 2 onwards, it gets a little more lenient, because the suppliers are more conveniently placed along the path that we are gonna take. So we will actually do a lot of ammo restockings in Act 2 and 3. However, once again, on Iki Island, there is basically not a single shop that we can visit. So once we get to Iki, we actually have to make sure that we bring enough ammunition to last us for the whole of that part of the game.
Yeah, so lucky for us, Ghost of Tsushima like loot things are consistent. So we have some places where we know there is stuff that we need, and the route is made so we have like all the things that we need for the fight. And even though the fights can go a little bit wrong, we have like backup strats that we can use so we don't waste any resources. You can get lucky and unlucky because sometimes the amount of pickup that you can pick changes. So, for example, if you have a place where you have, I don't know, arrows, you can get unlucky and get like useless arrows, or you can get lucky and get like useful arrows. But at least you're gonna get arrows either way. So Act 1 is route in that way. And as Aeshmah said, in Act 2 and Act 3, lucky for us, there is a lot of places where you can purchase bombs and stuff. But also, it's not that you have the place, but you have the resources. Because even though this is New Game Plus, you don't carry your supplies, which is the
The
thing
currency.
that you use for the currency. You need supplies, so we are getting like some supplies here and there. But even though there is parts to buy on Act 1, you may not have the supplies to actually get stuff.
We ride for the golden temple.
Sorry you endured
But like
this
Jonathan just explained, it is a bit of a crapshoot, I want to say, on lethal difficulty, because the game can like just royally screw you over with ammo picks-ups, especially in Chapter 1. Like before in Tale of Sense Ishikawa, where I just picked up all these arrows, where I explained how the pickups works. On lethal, you can get between 0 to 6 or 8 explosive arrows. And obviously, if you get 0, that's really bad because you will need some of those. However, if you get like 6, it will basically last you for the whole of Act 1 and then some. So, yeah, you just really have to learn to adapt to whatever the game brings you. And that also compounds on, you know, the enemies fleeing. If a lot of enemies get terrified of you and just flee the battlefield, well, you have to kill less of them, which means you use less of your resources to get rid of them. But if a lot of them stick around, well, you then have to use more ammunition, more explosive arrows, more bombs and stuff like that, and which not only takes longer because you have to fight more enemies, but it also is a larger drain on your resources. So you might have to do more shopping trips because, you know, you've used all your bombs, which would be really, really bad.
Yeah, and I want to say that I definitely feel that the drops change with the new patch. I mean, I'm getting less and less stuff on Jericho and on the first fort, for example.
Got the armor.
So yeah, definitely some stuff changed with the patch that we are still like getting used to. And also one thing that also changed is that you have a new ability, which is the saddlebags on your horse. That give you the ability of, if you pick, for example, if you have full inventory on one item, and if you pick one, it goes to your horse. So you have double the amount of resources that you can pick now, and your personal inventory recharges when you get into your horse. So that also is making things a little bit easier because then if you pick something and you were full, that thing go to waste. But now we can pick it and it go to your horse.
Another interesting thing with that is, and I only just noticed it while I was practicing for this marathon, is that the saddlebags that Charlton just explained, they don't exactly work properly, because I've definitely noticed, even though once you get them, you will have them forever, even through new cycles of New Game Plus, sometimes the game just takes them away. Because in Act 3, all of a sudden I didn't have them anymore, and I have no idea why. So that is something that I personally will pay close attention to during this run, because I want to know where else that might occur. Because the ammunition in this game is programmed in a really weird way. Like sometimes you just lose bombs and stuff, or the amount gets reset for some really strange reasons, and it can totally screw you up sometimes. And I don't think we have, as of yet, really figured out why that happens. So yeah, that's another one to put up to chance. Also, this guy nearly spotted me. Oh my god.
Yeah, so this is the classic Assassin's Creed follow the guy quest. And we have to follow Sogen, but we already know where he's going. So we're a little bit ahead, and we want to get to a place before him, and before this countdown get to 0. And this is going to trigger the next cutscene where Sogen is talking, but it's not here. So you can see this guy is talking to no one, and Sogen talking really, really far away from you.
I mean, he's just a great telepath, you know, he's projecting his words right into the mind.
Yeah, mutants confirm on Tsushima.
Basically.
Men slaughtered him.
I'm right here.
Alright, we're gonna have our first standoff here. A standoff occurs at various points in the game. You can also trigger them normally if you are to fight or if you are approaching a group of enemies. And you basically hold down the button and you have to kill these guys when they are running towards you and drawing their swords. You can kill them with one strike and get a lot of resolve out of that. However, if you miss that, they can also very easily just go ahead and kill you. Especially on lethal difficulty, so it's a bit of a trade-off. It also tends to be a little bit slow, but since it gives you a lot of resolve, which you can use to revive yourself and to use the horse charge, it is kinda worth it to just do the standoff. Especially on lethal difficulty, just as a means of adding a little bit of security, especially during a marathon run. However, what you can also do is, when you have activated the standoff, you can just get hit. And that will break the standoff and you can just fight these guys normally. However, especially on lethal difficulty, that is a bit of a, well, don't want to say problem, but it's a little bit risky because, you know, these guys can just kill you so quickly. So you really have to be on top of your game there. So that they don't just go ahead after they hit you out of the standoff, they just go ahead and strike you again and kill you, and then you have to do it again and lose even more time. So that wouldn't be good.
Yeah, on lethal you have to really, really be alert about your result, but on easy you actually can avoid the standoff and use the ghost dance. So if you use the ghost dance, you cancel the whole slow animation of the standoff, and you can save like maybe 5 seconds in each standoff. Because on easy resolve don't really matter because you don't die. But yeah, you can actually cancel all the standoffs in the run by doing different stuff, and one of them is using the ghost dance as soon as you are in the animation. And you can save some time not doing the standoff there.
Ghost Dance is also a mechanic that you casually unlock sometime during Act 2 of the main game. It is the one that you can see in the lower right corner of the screen there, the pulsing mask with those 7 red, whatever they are, around it. And what you basically have to do to enter Ghost Dance is you have to kill 7 enemies without getting hit a single time in between those kills. And then you can activate Ghost Dance, and it kinda works like Rage of the Gods from God of War and similar games, where you enter a special combat stance, and what you can do there is you can instantly kill 3 enemies, and then the Ghost Dance will reset, and you have to kill another 7 to be able to enter it again, and so on and so forth. Now the thing is, that actually sounds pretty useful, right? You just enter that and then you kill 3 enemies, no questions asked. However, Ghost Dance is pretty slow, like the animations in that are really drawn out. So you're actually not saving that much time, especially since those kills will never trigger the Terrify mechanic that we explained earlier. So you just kill those 3 people and that is it. So if I were to just, you know, not use the Ghost Dance and kill somebody, I would have a chance to terrify other enemies, and that is way better than using the Ghost Dance to kill off normal enemies. So you will basically never see Ghost Dance during the speedrun, except for one exception where we have to use it to actually progress the quest.
Yeah, so as you can imagine, Ghost of Tsushima is a really cinematic game. So when you activate the Ghost Dance, you hear a massive thunder in the background, and the screen go with the 2 black lines on top and in the bottom, and you see the screen in black and white, like really dramatic kills. But yeah, it is quite slow. It's really useful on any person though. But in New Game Plus, lethal, you are going to see it only once, and you are gonna see it maybe 3 times on New Game Plus Easy.
Also, you gotta keep in mind that a new game speedrun of this game is way harder than New Game Plus, simply because, you know, if you're playing this game on New Game, you actually do not have access to any of these upgraded armors or expanded weapon inventories or whatnot. You have to get everything one by one, and you don't even will be able to get all of them because most of them are locked behind side quests that you will never do because they just take forever to get through, especially since you cannot skip a single cutscene during a flash playthrough of the game, which just adds hours to the run. Like if we were to do this run on New Game and not New Game Plus, it would probably take about 10 hours or so, which would be in the spirit of really, really long-a-thon for sure.
Yeah.
But for now, we're just gonna
Shame
show
on
you guys.
shame on you
this
for
cat
shame on
guy.
you, Aeshmah, for not submitting that. I mean,
Yeah, to be fair, I've hadn't had the time to practice that category very much. Indeed, I haven't actually finished a single run of that so far, but it's on the list. Maybe it will happen next year or during the next really, really long-a-thon. I mean, you know, it's definitely a bit of a comfy run for the viewers, not for the runner, because, oh my god, 10 hours, you can get hit in a single strike every time you face an enemy? Ooh, jeez. Sounds fun.
yeah, in terms of the story, now we are trying to recruit another ally, which is Yuna, which is the person that saved us from Komoda Beach, which was the place of the attack of the Mongols. And now we have to free their brother. And this is the reason why I'm wearing the Mongol armor, because this is, and again, a stealth quest.
You've been doing business with the enemy.
I keep the Mongols drunk, and they let me keep my head. All set. You sure you
Funny
wanna
thing
go
here
through this?
is, you know, we're gonna have this conversation while we're walking towards Osamu Bay, where Taka is being held prisoner. However, I want to go a bit ahead of my allies here, and if I go to where the game tells me to go back to them,
A few people,
and repeatedly do that,
few people fought,
Kenji will actually
fought,
keep repeating
few people fought,
his voice line
a few people fought,
over
a few people fought,
and over
a few people,
and over again.
a few people,
He's really adamant that a few people did a thing.
people fought back. The ones left alive are prisoners.
And the interesting thing is, if you were to advance the dialogue to another speaker, like Jin or Yuna during this part, the dialogue would actually advance the next time somebody would speak. However, if it circles back to Kanji, once again, he would just repeat his new line of dialogue. So for some reason, Kanji really has, I don't know, maybe he has a stutter going on or something, or he has drunk too much sake, I don't know. But he just really likes to repeat some lines. Also, we get a nice little stretching break here, so everybody, take a moment, stretch. Maybe quickly grab a glass of water while we take this 1-minute trip into Osamu Bay in this cart here.
Yeah, in New Game Plus, this is the only break that you have.
Actually, that's the second one. When we go to Iki.
Oh yeah, but this is the only one in main game, and you have two when
Yeah.
you're going to Iki. And it's sad because it's 30 minutes into a 3-hour run.
Yeah,
I would love this to be in the middle.
certainly. I mean, theoretically, you also get a little break every time you do one of the mandatory haikus, but those are just really, really short. Might not even be enough to grab a glass of water from the kitchen. A few people did what?
I can't believe this worked.
I know this is the only reason why you like to do run as a marathon, because you love doing that thing with
I really
Kenji.
do. I still think it's funny, even a year after I was starting to run this game. And I'm really glad that it's still in the game, even though it has been patched a couple times. Because for some reason they did not deem this worthy enough to be patched. Even though they did patch the role, which I'm kind of cross about.
All right, so we have again here the follow the guy quest, and this has actually a really clever skip. So we have to follow this lever to another part of the camp, and he's scripted to talk to a Mongol, but we're gonna be a little bit faster here and kill that Mongol. But we're gonna kill that Mongol with a specific arrow, which is a heavy arrow, which is going to yeet the guy back. So because if we kill him and he fall right there, the slaver is going to be able to see it. But because we use the heavy arrow, the guy is way back in the house. So we actually save a lot of time here because they don't have the conversation and this guy just goes by
Yeah.
his own business. Yeah, it's
Normally
really,
the
really
slaver
clever.
would stop right where these apples lay on the street there, and the woman would come out screaming, chased by the other Mongol, and he would stab her to death, and they would just have a, short conversation about it. But since we just killed the guy and the heavy arrow ragdolls him out of the sight of the slaver, that never occurs. Because if you were to kill that Mongol with any other means, like just a normal arrow, the corpse would still lay in the field of view of the slaver walking by, and then he would get alerted and the quest would basically fail. So you have to use a heavy arrow to actually make that work. Oh, 4 black powder bombs, I'll take those.
As you can see, when Jin's personal inventory is full, the item is going to appear with a little horse on the bottom right corner, as you can see, and that means that that resource is going to the saddlebag and not for Jin's inventory because Jin inventory is full, and that also add that a little bonus that you can see. Okay, if that bomb went to the horse, that means I have 5, so you can get a little bit more perspective on what you have.
And it's also nice because it actually saves us a couple shopping trips later on in the run, because we are able to pick up even more resources than we could initially without the saddlebags. Because, before we got the saddlebags, we were of course limited to the maximum amount that Jin could carry. But now that we have the saddlebags, we can double that amount, so we can actually go around and pick up more stuff that we find along the way, saving us a couple shopping trips, which is really nice. Saves a bit of time here and there.
Okay, so this quest was really easy because we just roll to a place where we can restart from save, and it's going to put us in the next checkpoint. But now we have to use this outfit, and it's getting more consistent. But I had definitely failed here and spawned in another way, in another place. So yeah, this is definitely a part that we had to rethink how to do it without the sushi roll.
Yeah, the thing about the roll is we were kinda on the same level as the slaver. We were of course a little bit ahead because it is faster to roll than to have him walk beside us. But it definitely changed some of the timings that we used before, and it is really hard to just get rid of, the muscle memory that you've built up over a long while with the new strategies. So we are still getting accustomed to some of the stuff.
Where are we going? Kenji's waiting for us at the crossroads.
Also, you've seen me regain some resolve by rolling there or jumping from a higher place, and that is because of one of the new charms you can get of Iki Island, the charm of perfect landing. And what it does is, if you jump down from a specific height and you do a roll, normally from that height you would take damage if you were not to do the roll, but because I have the charm and because I do the roll, that is a lot of rolls, I now get a resolve for it, and quite a bit actually. And that is also something that we will definitely use at later parts in the run to refill our resolves at specific points, especially after duels and other things where we have no resolve anymore, to keep on going just a little bit longer with the horse charge, or make it a little bit safer for upcoming duels and stuff like that. It's a really niche charm to have, but once we figured out how to use it and the specific points to do it, that felt really good because it's just nice to do that.
Horses, they're coming for us. Get in the tall grass and stay down.
Yeah, definitely. There is a lot of things that change, and one of them is how
But we can't go back to my place.
how we use the different
We should go.
You have to put some distance between
armors or outfits. It's really, really nice.
What a good horse.
I think basically one of the first things that we did once the Iki Island expansion dropped was to go through all the charm loadouts that we used for each armor set and change them around. Not completely, but there were definitely a lot of changes done here and there to come up with more optimal builds with all the new charms that we got, which, you know, even changed some of the game mechanics that we use to get through specific parts, which is always nice to see, because if there were just, you know, more upgrades to stuff like you deal more damage or you take less damage and stuff like that, it would be boring. I just really like if new additions actually change the established game mechanics, because it just gets you to think new about the run itself.
Something in common.
One thing that didn't change though is during these walkie-talkie sections where you are supposed to just get to a specific point with lots of NPCs falling around you, the game completely slows down your movement speed to, you know, make all of you and the NPCs walk at a specific pace. However, for some reason, the speed at which you jump has not been slowed down, and it's the only form of movement that has not been slowed down. So what we do in these sections is you just get off from our horse and repeatedly jump alongside our companions to make them get to the end point a little bit faster. It looks goofy, but, you know, it's fast. It's a speed run, so we're gonna do it.
Yeah, in that matter, Ghost of Tsushima is a really NPC heavy game. So you can get away from the NPCs from X distance. If the NPC is walking, you can't sprint or use a faster movement. And yeah, when the NPC is telling a story, which is key to the lore of the game, you need to hear it. And for the game, it's nice, but in the speedrun, it's kind of annoying because you have to be always in the edge of what you can do or how far you can be from an NPC.
Yeah, the game is really restrictive when it comes to things like that.
Mongol convoy ambushed. Could be the Straw Hats doing.
Okay, the next quest, we will meet another old friend of Jin's, which will be Ryuzo. And let's just see if he actually manages to kill the one Mongol that he has to make the quest go fast. Well, I'll kill basically every single other one, which will be about 20 or so. So, you know, he always complains that we are a better fighter than him, but after you see what can happen here, you definitely know why.
Yeah, so if you keep in mind, we talked to Sensei Shigawa, Lady Massacre, and now Ryuzo. So this are the three allies that we're going to gather to go to Castle Canada and free Lord Chimura.
Okay. So I already killed 3. It's 4. That guy leaves. Gonna kill all these guys as well. Oh hey, he actually managed to kill that one guy he had to kill. Nice. Good job, Ryuzo. I just killed about 15 in the meantime.
Really good fight though.
Yeah, it was. But yeah, Ryuzo can definitely just fail to kill a single Mongol while you take out all the other guys here, and it's just, it's always a pain to watch that happen, because then you actually have to go back to the point where we had the standoff occur and help Ryuzo fight against that one Mongol, and it's just like, dude, why?
I could have used a drink before that battle.
Interesting thing though is that generally speaking, your NPC allies are actually quite useful on lethal difficulty compared to, say, easy, simply because of the way that damage works. Because as I explained earlier, on lethal difficulty, basically every strike is a critical hit, so it takes away a lot of health from both enemies and allies alike. And that means that allies, you know, if they hit enemies, they can deal a lot of damage to them and actually really easily kill them. If they manage to hit them, which is of course the big equalizer. But you know, characters like Ryuzo and even though Chimura might not be the best, but Sensei Ishikawa and Yuna are definitely great assets to have because they are archers and they can basically kill enemies with a single arrow. They shoot really slowly, but they definitely help during the fights where they are helping you out.
can't have been easy keeping the Straw Hats together after Komodo
Yeah.
Beach.
That's actually one of the reasons why you have two difficulties, and they are actually quite close
How
in
many
time,
men do you have?
because all the time that you have on easy, because the game is easier,
That peasant said the
you
Mongols
gain
stole
on
his
lethal
rice.
because
Went
the
to Fort
NPCs
Rovira.
can actually kill enemies.
You think they
NPCs on easy are useless, they do zero damage and you have to do everything for them. So
Yeah.
yeah, it kinda evens out.
He's here. Ryuzo's back.
But again, it's up to random chance if your allies are actually helpful or not, because sometimes they just stand there and block the enemy's attacks because they get overwhelmed by them, and then you're just sad when that happens.
Come with me, Jin. We should have talked about your idea.
Okay, right here we're trying to stay ahead of Ryuzo so we can get through this gap in the rocks coming up before he does, which saves about 2 seconds or so. Not a big time save, but it's always nice to get that, and we got it, so I am happy.
I've got a spare set of armor that should fit.
They better not have lice.
Never letting me forget that, are you?
And we are about to recruit Ryuzo. Well, we haven't recruited him yet. We still have to do another quest for him because he is quite the needy character compared to everybody else.
I mean, he's a mercenary, so you can't blame him.
Definitely. He's not getting paid. I mean, maybe if somebody would be able to get him a burger, he would be a little bit nicer, but I've never seen anybody give him a burger, so, you know. If you guys can spare a burger for Ryuzo, that would definitely help. Or spare a donation for the cause that we are supporting. Yeah. Because Really Really Longathon is actually collecting donations for OMF. It's pretty sweet. I guess somebody in chat can probably give you a link to where you can go to donate.
Sounds like something over there. Wait. Pick 'em up!
I'm not gonna bother with you guys. Also, one of the things they changed with one of the patches was I just picked up some incendiary oil from one of the battles there. In the base game, that was a smoke bomb, which I would much rather have at this point in the game. Don't get me wrong, incendiary oil is really good and we will use it a lot, but I actually need a smoke bomb for an upcoming section here, so I guess I will just go ahead and find some.
Yeah, there is one. There is one in the lighthouse.
The lighthouse, really?
Ryuzo should be in the
Yeah,
center.
so you have the where the archer are at the beginning. There is a little barrel next to them, and you have a smoke bomb there.
Ready to steal some food for
Oh,
us?
yeah, I knew I was always picking one up somewhere in the camp. I just never knew exactly noticed where. I was trying to jot that down, but I always forgot to do that.
My scout's back. Come on.
A lot of men inside, and a signal at the top of the tower.
They call
All
Anyway,
right, so
what we're
now
supposed to do now, we are trying to find food for Ryuzo and this man because the poor guys are starving. They haven't basically eaten anything good in quite a while. And supposedly there is some food in this camp right here.
yeah, so the island is under attack. People is like trading with food and supplies. So yeah, food is actually quite important in the middle of the war. So Jin is trying to help them to get some food so they can join him saving Lord Chimura in Castle Canada. So we're going to fight these guys here, and then we're going to do a little bit of a trip to a boat.
To signal the others. They'll see me light the brazier.
And first of all, we're gonna have a little fight around here. Let's see how many people we can scare away. That is enemies, not viewers. Just in case anybody was confused by that sentence.
Yeah, one of the things that you really want to do is that Jin has these gunpowder bombs or black powder bombs, and we have a build around that that weapon. So you want to throw the bomb into a group of enemies. So you have like I mean like 10 enemies in a group. So you want to throw the bomb in the middle of the thing, and if an enemy die, they can get terrified. If a guy get on fire, can get terrified. if a guy can, if a guy is terrified, obviously is out of combat, so the bombs work perfectly because they have like a lot of chance. They give you a lot of chances of enemies getting terrified. So throwing one of them into a group is a really nice way to defeat a lot of them in one go.
Yeah, we'll basically see this in about 2 quests from now, where we'll come to my favorite bomb throw in the whole game. It's just a thing of beauty if it goes right. So let's hope I can show that off.
Archers on that cliff.
But yeah, black powder bombs are basically the most important thing during the whole of the run, because they just do so much for us in each and every single fight. I mean, I don't think there is a single battle in the game where I won't be using at least one black powder bomb.
Yeah, and we know is Ghost of Tsushima supposed to be a samurai game, so don't question why we are using black powder bombs so often. We know it's weird, but it worked.
I mean, we're basically sponsored by Michael Bay, so you know.
Men should be in position.
He just hasn't paid us yet, but maybe he will in the future. Who knows? But yeah, this speedrun is basically Ghost of Tsushima directed by Michael Bay, with the amount of explosions you're gonna see here and there. So hey, you're not only watching a Ghost of Tsushima speedrun, you're also watching a Michael Bay movie.
Two beards, whetstone. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Let's just say it's a good thing.
Nothing. I never knew our duel bothered you so much.
Now you do.
No luck. You should have told me earlier.
Also, yeah, there was no food in the camp, so Jin just was of the mind, hey, maybe all the food is on the ship, so let's go to the ship and try to find the food. But we haven't found any food yet, so let's keep looking. I got Tsushima the Michael Bay's cut, exactly.
Surprise them.
So wait for a user to open the door, count to 1, 3, 2, 1, throw the bomb.
Fast.
Archers on the next ship. You gave it to my dad.
Go to the other ship, pick up the stuff, wait for the reinforcements to come over to this ship. Especially wait for the Mongol commander to actually get here, throw the bomb.
Yes, you can see you have a lot of different type of enemies, and all of them have different health and damage that can deliver. So, if you are going to be using a smoke bomb, or a way of the flame, which is the sword on fire, you kind of want to hit the big guys because they take more damage, and also if they are on fire, you can terrify another enemies with them on fire. So, still, it's like trying to terrify the most amount of enemies.
Can't see, thank you. Okay, that was a bit sketched there, but we made it out without dying, so all's good.
Yeah, and one thing that we're going to see here, I think, is the blowgun.
I faced worse.
So the blowgun is really interesting because you get the blowgun in a part of story, and Ghost of Tsushima is a game where a samurai is using not honorable stuff to get the works done. So when you use the blowgun, after you get the blowgun, you're gonna get a cutscene, which loses time because you can't keep that. But if you use the blowgun, because this is New Game Plus, before getting the blowgun in the story, you are not getting the cutscene. So the blowgun, the poison dart, actually can kill any enemy that is not a boss, actually, obviously, in one hit. And the poison has chances of terrifying enemies. So we're going to be using the poison dart for some big guys, some leaders, but we only can use it before the quest that's called Ghost from the Past, which is the quest when we get the blowgun. And if you use it after that, you get a cutscene that obviously makes you lose time.
The tricky thing with the blowgun is, though, it's quite iffy to use, at least for me, because not only do you have to hold down the button that makes you aim the blowgun, you know, like you aim in, like you aim the bow and other things. But you also have to hold down the button to actually make your shot until the reticule has shrunk down to this point, because Jin actually has to, you know, hold his breath to make the shot, because, you know, it's a blowgun. He pushes out the dart with his breath, and that makes the blowgun really, really slow to use. So you have to be really sure that you actually have enough time to make your shot. You can't just, you know, knock an arrow and let it fly. You have to take your breath.
Yeah, that's why it's used like in really specific portions of the game. It's not, even though it is a good concept, it's not the fastest. So there is just a specific place where you can use it.
Yuna, is that you?
Jin!
But if you're paying close attention there, you basically just saw Yuna killing that one spear Mongol with a single arrow. So, yeah, she can be quite useful if she actually,
Killed all these men by yourself?
well, shoots people.
Work.
I've had some practice.
Doesn't just stand around
More arrows.
Used to
doing nothing.
stuck in buildings and bodies.
They'll have to do.
I was out here leading villagers to safety. One of them got trapped over here by the Mongols.
Right. So now we are in the Komatsu town,
Komatsu
which
Forge.
has
To be safer with
the
us.
best forge in the whole
Is
island,
the forge working?
and it's actually played with Mongols. So we want to clean it so Taka can, which is a blacksmith, can
Force a fight out of
operate
location
the
control.
forge and make a weapon for us, or a thing for us. But if Taka light the fire there, all the Mongols are going to know that, okay, what's going on there. So we actually need to pick some people for Taka, which is people is being held hostage. And after that, we are going to clean the town so Taka can use the forge and make a thing for us, a little present.
In the meantime, we're just gonna, you know, set a couple of people on fire or slit their throats, the usual. And save a couple hostages along the way too. Because we are still the good guy in this game. We sure are. We are honorable samurai. Poison and fire and terror and other things.
Don't look at it. Look at me.
Stay here.
I have no idea why I did it that way, but I think it worked. Normally I would use an explosive arrow here, but I noticed that I am way too low on explosive arrows to use one safely here because I need them for another point later on. And so my mind just went, hey, you got resolve, just use a Dance of Wrath. And I guess it worked.
I lost you.
Are you hurt?
That man fought like an animal or a demon.
All right, this
So yeah, new
is the
strat,
second.
first scene here.
We're going to
This
the
is the
forge.
second
Stay close.
group of people that we save, and we have one more. And then the big guns.
Yeah, this is basically this whole quest is a lot of repeats. Like you always sally out, rescue some hostages, come back to the fort, drop them off, sally out again, rescue some more people, and so on and so forth. So it's really always the same concept over and over again, because this is basically the point where you learn about enemies taking hostages, and this is basically a long and drawn out tutorial for that kind of gameplay element.
Yeah, and also we have some really specific points where we pick stuff. So you want to pick like any ammunition that you can get, but also you want linen, and you want iron, because those are the more expensive stuff. And if you are low on resource on supplies, which is the currency as we explained before,
No.
you want to sell those things because you have like the best deal, so you can buy more stuff on the merchants later.
it's actually faster. I was thinking of a new strategy for this part. Normally I would just go behind the back of the house and enter it from behind, but I recently thought maybe if I just run straight in and kill the guy by the hostages immediately, it would be faster, and I think it was, so... Hey! New strategies! So yeah, welcome to this Ghost of Tsushima 2 Islands practice run. We are trying out all kinds of new strategies. Never tested, totally unsafe.
If you guys want to give it a try to the run, this is a perfect time to do it, because with all these changes, things are actually not set down yet. So we have a lot of things to discover. We have a lot of things to try, new like armor combos or routes. So the game is evolving quite often lately. So yeah, this is a perfect time to actually join the community and give it a try, because there is a lot of things to be discovered for sure.
Okay, this is the fight for Komatsu Forge. This can be a little bit iffy from time to time, so let's see how well we go through this all. Now the enemy spawn points are always set in stone, they will always come from the same direction. But sometimes, you know, things just can go wrong. So let's hope they don't this time.
Yeah, this is definitely one of my least favorite fights, because even though the enemies spawn in really consistent places, how you terrify them can vary, like where the enemies are. And sometimes they can go to really annoying places, like to the second floor, or the dog can be in the way. So I really dislike this fight.
It's really a wave-based fight. You just have to kill all enemies in one wave to make the next wave spawn. So if some of the guys just do not get terrified, or you just don't find them, you can definitely lose a lot of time here. Especially if the last enemy at the far end doesn't get terrified. It's always joy to see. Not. But yeah, that wasn't all too bad.
Yeah, as you can see, Aeshmah used the poison dart for the leader there, which is again one of the little places where you can use it, because the leaders are actually quite tough. So if you can kill it with one go and also get people terrified, it's just a really good strat.
But yeah, now that we have freed Komatsu Forge, Taka can actually go ahead and forge the thing he wants to give us in peace. And luckily, he's already done with that, so let's pay him a visit and see what we get.
You were looking for warriors to help save your uncle. Any luck?
Some. Sensei Ishikawa and Lady Masako Adachi are still alive.
So at this point, Jin free all the hostages, and people is already calling him the ghost at this point, like a vengeance spirit. That's how Yuna is marketing him, and it's kind of giving hope to the people and like giving hope to the survivors of Iki Island.
My lord, I just finished it. Thank you for your
Yeah, this is basically where the tale of the Ghost of Tsushima basically starts. Right here, right now. And now that we have the iron hook that Taka Smith throws, an old friend comes back. Hello, Ryuzo. How's your search for the burgers going? Apparently not good, because he needs our help again. So as it turns out, when we were on the ship a little while back, we found some war plans for the Mongols that also showed their supply lines. And Jin had the wonderful idea that, hey, you know, you can go ahead and raid these supply lines in order to get some food. And Ryuzo agreed and tried to do that. However, him and his men were overwhelmed, and he barely escaped while a lot of his men got captured. And now he wants our help again to try and free them. And Being the goody two-shoes that Jin is, he wholeheartedly agrees. So we are now trying to make a rescue attempt for Ryuzo's captured man in Fort Yatate.
My only option after our duel.
Once we actually get there, because there's a lot of walking and talking going on here.
We never talked about it.
Before we spawn,
Yeah, this quest is
commanders from every clan took
kind of the tutorial for the iron hook.
almost
I'm sorry.
Even though you have the iron hook for in New Plus,
Swept up in the excitement.
but you can grab the iron hook in really specific points, and those points are not there until you get this part of the
you were born
of the main quest.
It was my one chance to gain attention. To enter the service of a lord, become a samurai.
There Ryuzo's doing a lot of complaining,
I would have hired you.
like he always does.
Yeah, every time I play the game, your Rosa Tales tell the same story, man. It's really
He
annoying.
just cannot shut up about it. Like, always going on about that one duel at that one tournament that Jin won where he beat him and la 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 la. Think of something new, Ryuzo. You know, grab a burger. Go to McDonald's or Burger King or whatever is closest to you. Maybe he's just so angry because he's so hungry. Maybe we should be more sympathetic for him. I don't know.
Where's Hiro and Shinzo? They left.
Yeah, so Ryuzo is the head of the Straw Hat Ronins, and they are actually getting hit quite hard. So people deflected, and now people is getting captive. So obviously he's going from Jin to get help, and now we're going to Fort Yatate and free
We'll figure out how to free your men on the way.
all the Ronins that are trapped there.
Straw hats.
I'll just say that Ryuzo might be a good fighter, but he's definitely not a good leader. Even though he may want to be, but everything he does is always a little bit iffy. Doesn't exactly end well.
Fort Yatate.
So yeah, this is the fort that we have to get up to somehow. I mean, it's high up on these cliffs, so if only we had something that could help us scale those.
There's only one road into the fort, and it'll be heavily guarded. I need to get inside without being seen. The Mongols won't be watching the cliffs at the back of the fort. I'll climb up, go over the wall.
How? Are you half monkey?
Maybe we are Ryuzo.
I have something to help me.
Means, do you see
I'll
me
free you
jumping
now.
around like here?
Once they're with me, I'll set off one of the alarms. That's your signal to ride in.
And crush the Mongols between us.
Monkey Jin.
See, I knew you'd have a plan.
I'll find a way up the cliff on this side. Faster, Kage.
So as Charlton just said, this is basically the tutorial quest for the use of the iron hook that we just got from Taco, and it basically allows us to swing along these branches in order to make some shortcuts or scale walls and similar things. Actually, we'll have another function once we are on Iki Island, but it's exclusive to Iki Island as well. But we will get there when, well, we get there. For now, we're just gonna be swinging around a couple of things here in order to get up the cliff face to enter Fort Yatate, basically from the back, and surprise the Mongols there.
Yeah, so remember, this is the only thing that we can do with the iron hook now, which is grabbing these red and white points. So you can swing to another ledge, or you can like climb a wall that has one of these things.
Taka, I owe you.
Alright, nearly there. And
Yeah, so
now
it wasn't-
begins our rescue operation.
Yeah, Ghost of Tsushima has a lot of these things that are out there that you can hit, and they have an effect. So you can hit these fire things there; they are going to burn all the things behind. Or you can hit some wasp nests, of this red barrel. So we also use a lot of them in some parts of some quests. And we have to free these cages. So one thing that I discovered not long ago is that some people don't know that you can just hit these doors instead of slowly picking the lock. And here with the fire, we again go for the leader because it's the toughest enemy, and the leader being on fire is really good for terrifying another enemies.
So coming up with my favorite black powder bomb throw in the whole game. Because what's gonna happen now is all these Mongols right here will be rushing towards the gate, towards Ryuzo. So we just wait for this mosh pit to form right here, throw one bomb, and everybody is having a barbecue. Sadly, it seems like I missed a couple people. No, and they're all dead. So yeah, one bomb, about 20 dead. That's a pretty good outcome, I think. I like that.
Yeah, so you can imagine on any percent you have to kill all the enemies with only your sword because you have almost nothing at this point of the game in a normal playthrough.
All right, men. On your horses.
But you can't forget that we use a charm loadout specific to boost the black powder bombs with the ghost armor. So normally black powder bombs are not this powerful. You definitely need the right skills and charm loadouts to make this work right here.
Alright, so now we are going to the last quest of Act 1, which is saving Lord Chimura, going to Castle Canada and saving him.
Nothing
So,
bad
Lord
will
Chimura-
happen there, right?
Yeah. Lord Chimura is the Jit of the island, which is like the military leader, which I think at this point of history is also like the political leader of the island. Yeah, so he being alive is really good news because he can contact the Shogun and then getting help. So Jin thought that he was dead, but no, he was alive. And actually in the prologue that we skip because it's new in Plus, we meet with Lord Chimura because we try to go to Castle Canada from the front door, and we get demolished by the Khan because we try to go the honorable way. So now we're going in not the honorable way, and let's see if Jin succeeds.
Good speech. You sure this will work?
It has to.
Should I go for the skip? Should I try?
Looks like you can climb up here.
That's up to the others. I'll see you inside.
I mean, it's speed, only gotta go for the skip, right? Let's see if I can get this. I am... Nope. That was a really iffy jump. So all we could do there, if you just hit this at the right angle, you can hit those rocks there, so you don't have to climb up the wall face. But for some reason, Jin just was at a really weird angle there. I have no idea what happened. I even had to grab onto that branch before that, which was really not what was supposed to happen there. I guess I jumped too soon. Something like that.
Better take down the guards.
Yeah, this is a really like hard skip to do.
And I'm notoriously bad at it.
You and Kenji.
And yeah, it saves. I don't think. I mean, if you're not consistent, it's definitely not worth it.
Siege weapon up ahead. Last time they turned it on Yuna and me.
This time, we'll take it.
We need to clear
Anyway, we're just gonna kill a lot more people around. You bastards. Deliberately getting out of the way of my arrows there. I mean, there's the things that can happen from time to time, and coming up is my second favorite bomb throw in the gun. Because we'll run over here,
Follow my lead.
cook a bomb, like this, throw it, and then assassinate that guy, while the other guys go up in flames. Because, you know, the badass guys do assassinations while throwing bombs.
Those men were starving.
It's just the way it is, it's the law.
Desperate men into animals.
Then we're getting closer
Hold the bridge.
to Lord Chimura. And this is actually the bridge when we fight the Khan in the prologue.
Let's see, I can identify the commander fast enough. Where is your golden helmet, dude? There it is. Okay, hit him. Get rid of you for good measure.
There you are.
Quiet. More guards ahead.
So this is one of the other fights that can go wrong if enemy that is really far doesn't get terrified, because then you have to go find the enemy, and as you can imagine, it loses a lot of time.
Okay, that was pretty good.
That was really good.
Everybody running right? What do we want to see?
Yuna, hold this area.
Alright, so now one of the duels is coming up, and Aeshmah is going to change outfit because we were talking about the charms loadouts, and yeah, this is based purely on damage. So we use this for this duel, and we do use 3 Dance of Wrath, which is enough for, in this case, as you can see, defeating Ryuzo, which as a mercenary changed his friendship with Jin for hard cash. And yeah, actually Ryuzo in the cutscene, he doesn't die, but now we know that he's the enemy, and that's the reason why he didn't show up for helping us saving Lord Chimura.
Come on, dude.
So coming up, there is another standoff. This is a mandatory standoff, but you can also avoid this standoff. But as you can see, Aeshmah doesn't have enough resolve. So because this is a marathon, and because it's lethal, Aeshmah is going to play it safe and doing the standoff because it gives you a lot of resolve. So this being lethal and being safe for the marathon, we're going to do the marathon, but you can actually skip this slow animation by, in this case, pressing square like really often, so you can actually like go away from the cuts animation and kill those guys normally.
Yeah, that door was really important to hit there, Jin. Yeah, sometimes, since the game is kind of auto-aiming to some parts, or towards enemies, it can be a little bit awkward sometimes to properly, you know, target enemies. Because apparently the door was closer to me than the enemy was, so Jin thought, I definitely need to hit that door. And, yeah, you really don't, Jin. The door has done you nothing wrong.
I'm with you, my lord.
Alright, we already saved of 3 Lord Chimura, and now we have the last wave from Mongols after this one. And yeah, as you can imagine, we're going to use smoke, black powder bombs again. And yeah, this should be the end of Act 1.
There we go. That is Act 1 done. Pretty good time, actually. $17.48 for Act 1. We actually have a separate category for Act 1 runs because they are kind of short and they are kind of like this introductory category for new runners because, you know, not everybody can do a 3 or 4 hour run at once. So it's kind of nice to just have a nice little section that you can start running the game in besides.
I could use your help.
Kind of got
Yeah, and-
obsoleted, I want to say, by the Iki Island category ever since the Iki Island expansion dropped because that is only about 50 minutes or so, which is even a little bit shorter and better, I want to say. At least I like it more. But yeah, in the beginning, of course, we actually had not had the opportunity to do the Iki Island runs, so Act 1 it was.
Yeah, so wait, Valkyrie
We
is
ride within the
want to know how far we are of from the new content. We are actually really close to going to Iki, actually.
I want to say about 10 minutes or so, and we will make our way over to Iki Island. So you have come at the exact right time to see that.
An excellent choice.
Because yeah, just
Yeah, so-
to reiterate, the way this run works is we complete Act 1, which we have just done. Then we have to do the first quest from Act 2 to actually open up Act 2. Then we will go to Iki Island, and then we'll come back to the mainland and finish off Act 2 and Act 3 of the main game.
Yeah, so now we unlock the Act 2 part of the map, which is called Toyotama. Is the middle of the island, Tsushima Island. And now we have to actually go past like the frontier, if you guys want, and get to Akashima, which is a really nice town here in the south of
I'm sorry I
Toyotama.
didn't free you sooner.
You have nothing to apologize for, Jin.
I've seen what Mongols do to our people.
Yeah, and to say it again, this is category is called Two Islands because you complete the main story on both islands,
He learned our
Tsushima and
language,
Iki.
kept you alive.
Um,
See after.
You wanted
Yeah,
to
it's-
raise
it's
this conquest of our offered me well.
kinda long, but it's like the whole content
You thought
that
you'd
you
turn
can
against
play.
your own people?
And again, we are playing on New Game Plus. Aeshmah said before that we have a category called Act 1. And that category was created
In
because
the fight.
the Act 1, any percent part of the
She has a
of
good
the of the leaderboards was originally 3 hours because on any percent you can't skip cutscenes, and New Game Plus was added
You have my full
after
support.
the game was released. So that's why we have the category called Act 1, because and then back in the day any percent was like 7 hours, and so they created a shorter category so you can get a run without spending half of your day playing.
The interesting
games.
fact is actually that 1 year ago, at really longathon Thor last year, that was actually the first time that I ever ran in a marathon, and it was the any percent category of this game, the 7-hour one. So, you know, running in this marathon once again with Ghost of Tsushima is a little bit like a homecoming experience for me, I want to say. So I'm really glad that this one got picked and I'm back here with you guys. So thanks to the organizers for having me once more.
They raided farms to the south, but never like this.
This is the Khan's revenge for my escape. We must save any farm left standing.
All right,
Also, yes,
so
it is normally definitely recommended to finish a full playthrough of the game first before you head off to Iki Island, because it's really harder than what everything the main game can throw at you. So you really want to come to Iki Island fully prepared.
yeah, if you want to do Iki, I would recommend also doing it after. If you want the challenge, go for it right away in a new game playthrough for sure. But yeah, it adds new things, and those things are definitely harder than the things that you're going to find in the main game, the main island.
Okay, Chimura quickly regained his horse, which is good, because sometimes he can just wander around a long wall until he gets his horse back. And that can just lose you time without end.
And give our people hope.
We must find our life.
Also, let's try just forge charging these archers. I don't think I've tried that yet. Could have gone better. Oh, wait. Worked.
Alright, this is Fort Ito, and this is kind of the last frontier to Toyotama. And yeah, we have to kill everybody here, and also we need to destroy the alarm so they can call reinforcements.
Calling for help.
Yeah, so the horse charge is added into Iki Island. It's actually, you get it in the first quest that we're going to see on Iki Island. And because this is New Game Plus, lucky for us, because there is a lot of useful stuff that you get on Iki. In New Game Plus, if you did Iki Island before, you can use all the things that you got on Iki Island. So yeah, the horse charge or nitro horse, like I like to call it, you get it on Iki.
Yeah, the horse charge is new, exactly.
You're ready to fight for our...
And it's a really good ability. Like it's a bit iffy to aim it, I want to say, because the horse has a bit of an auto aim mechanic in place, I want to say, where it heavily veers into the direction of the nearest enemy if you were to charge by them. So it's a little bit out of control in some points, but it can be really useful if you just charge straight through a whole bunch of enemies, because it just can kill them outright and terrify them, and sometimes you even have a chance to regain some resolve by doing it. So if that happens, you can charge for even longer, which makes it even better.
Yeah, and it helps if you hear the song Deja Vu in your head when you're using it, because then you can imagine that it's going even faster.
I mean, for me, it's rather Thunder Horse by Death Clock, but to each their own, I guess.
It's time to send out a message.
Do not look that, please.
Definitely
Guys,
look that up.
Do not look that up, please.
Do it. Do it, chat. Do it. Welcome to my mind. You're welcome.
I hope the Khan sees this.
But yeah, viewer discretion is definitely advised for that video.
Alright, so a really nice glitch is coming up that I'm so happy they didn't patch. So we are going to meet Norio here, which is the sweetest NPC on the whole game. And yeah, he's going to tell us a story that we can continue in a side quest. Each NPC has his own side quest that is not mandatory for beating the game. But we need to meet him here, and now we're going to get into our horse and wait for a specific thing to appear on the screen, and then we can fast travel. And lucky for us,
Hi, Norio.
there is a legend storyteller in Akashima, which is the place that we need to be, and we can fast travel there right away without going there. So this is a little glitch that we can use, so we can fast travel there and save like maybe 20 seconds, which is huge.
That's a good time. Also, for all those interested, we are now about to start the DLC content for Iki Island. So this is basically a part of the run that you have never seen before. I mean, you may have seen me run the Iki Island category during another marathon, or, you know, watched another speedrun of it. But yeah, this is basically where the run deviates from what we've seen so far in other speedruns of main game speedruns of Ghost of Tsushima. So, you know, this is where the fun begins.
Yeah, we do need to activate Akashima for later in the main game. So this is a nice place to from going to Iki. I disagree from this route, but yeah, this is a really nice place to go to Iki, and this whole place is where the Iki experience starts. So something is happening. People is getting like poison or like hallucinations, and yeah, Jin is going to investigate and see why this is happening.
And we are gonna be introduced to the most annoying enemies in the whole game.
He's chanting, filling them with bloodlust.
Wait, they are introducing dogs?
Which are gonna be these shamans here. Because they can start chanting, and like Jin said, they are infusing the other Mongols with bloodlust, which makes the enemies more powerful. They can take more damage, they don't get staggered as easily, they deal more damage, all of their attacks become unblockable, so you can't parry them anymore. They are just a huge pain.
Yeah, so these shamans are basically jamming for and getting people more like thrive so they can be more deadly. And one thing that I have noticed is the enemies are not as susceptible to being terrified when the shaman is alive. So yeah, if you get a group of enemies and you have a shaman, you want to deal with the shaman before trying to kill the other enemies. Otherwise, you are just wasting time because, as Aeshmah said, they don't stagger as much and they don't receive as much damage normally. So you want to deal with the shamans as soon as you see one.
And now we're gonna make our trip over to Iki Island. Also, hey there, Shiner. Great Nocturne run. I was heavily digging your shirt wearing that. You know, every Dream Theater fan is a friend of mine, so hello there. Also, we get another break here because this is actually an unskippable cutscene. So enjoy our trip over to Iki Island, everyone. It's a nice boat ride. Nothing bad will happen off it.
Yeah, a really nice clear sky. Everything is perfect. Nothing bad's going to... Wait.
I'll say hey there, Osman. How you doing?
Yeah, quite terrifying though.
I mean, come on. You know, we had our main character on a boat sailing to another island. Do you really think this would have gone without problems? So yeah, we are on Iki Island now. So nice place, right? Lots of bones and stuff. And our horse is gone, and we are wounded, and everything is miserable. Ah.
Yeah, so Iki Island had a lot of stuff, and one of them is actually the outfit that Aeshmah is wearing right now, which is based on Shadow of the Colossus. So if you guys play Legends, the multiplayer part of Ghost of Tsushima, you in a time you could unlock 4 new outfits from PlayStation games: God of War, Bloodborne, Horizon Zero Dawn, and also Shadow of the Colossus. And lucky for us, we can unlock that on Iki Island, and you can wear that anywhere in the game. So in this case, Aeshmah is wearing the Shadow of the Colossus assassin outfit.
I mean, it's just the best dye for the ghost armor. Fight me. I really like it. Also, if you paid attention earlier when I was doing the duel in Shadow of the Samurai and I switched to the Sakai armor, I was actually wearing the God of War dye for that. You know, with the white and the red stripe across the armor. It's also another favorite of mine. And you will even see the Bloodborne armor a little bit later on. But sadly, the Horizon Zero Dawn armor is not available in the main game. That is Legend only.
Yep. So yeah, from the Ghost of Sparta from Ghost of Tsushima, really fitting.
I have a patrol up there, so let's hope I can circumvent that, because the last thing we want to get here is get into a fight while we are without our horse, because we cannot easily outrun these guys, and I have to be out of a fight to trigger the next story bit, but it seems like they are gonna, yes, they do. Okay. Maybe they will actually leave me alone before I get to that boat.
Alright, so the first quest of Iki Island is actually getting back your horse, because you can see in the cutscene the horse was out of the boat, and if you call the horse, Jin is going to say something like, oh, my horse is not here, what happened to my horse, where it is, and now we are going to investigate here, and we actually can keep track of and follow our horse, and here we discover that it's alive. You have to keep following some clues, but we actually, and I don't know why, because this is not like normal Sucker Punch coding for Ghost of Tsushima. You can skip all the clues and go directly to your horse.
Luckily.
Like, yeah. Don't say it too loud, they are going to hear and patch it again.
Like we said earlier, the game is very restrictive when it comes to following the main quests. Like, it's making absolutely sure that you hit every single quest trigger along the way, so it's kind of refreshing to not have to do that for some of the quests at least.
That sound. They're close.
But yeah, horsey!
He needs me.
This is basically where the horse would learn the horse charge ability, as you can see. So these are some new enemies. The one in purple right here, the warriors of the Eagle clan. They are basically the most dangerous enemies in the whole game, because not only can they tank a lot of hits, they also have different fighting styles. So unlike all the other enemies, they are not set in stone for using a sword or sword and shield or a spear. They can change between all three of them, and you have to also change your stance if you want to try and break their guard in order to hit them.
Yeah. So this is where, as Aeshmah said, when the horse learned the horse charge. But as you can see, the horse is wearing a specific armor too, and you get this. I don't know what's the name in English for the armor. But when you have this armor, you are deliver more damage to the enemies, and also normally if your horse get hit, the horse is going to knock you down from it. But if the horse is wearing the armor, the horse is actually not knocking you down. It's getting the hit like a champion, and it slows down a little bit, but it's better than getting out of the horse.
So now that we have gotten our horse back, the next thing that we want to do is get into Fort Sakai, because a couple of years back, Jin's father actually invaded Iki Island in order to liberate it from the raiders here. However, he did that in a very bloody fashion, and the people here, because of that, are not exactly keen of Clan Sakai, which is why Jin is trying to do this whole thing undercover and not mentioning that he is actually the descendant of is a descendant of Clan Sakai. But, you know, his father erected this huge fort, and so he wants to check if there are some survivors left there. What am I... Wait, what am I doing? I can just keep this. However, what the game expects you to do is to go to Fort Sakai and then get overwhelmed there by the enemy forces. However, as long as you are in a certain radius around Fort Sakai and die, it basically counts as the same thing. So what we do here is we just go to a specific point to grab a fast travel point for later, and then die just then and there, because it still triggers the same cutscene, and now we are actually in Fort Sakai, so we don't actually have to go there, which saves a bit of time.
My lord.
Yep.
And while we're captured here, Jin actually gets infused with some poison from the Eagle. The Eagle is the leader of the so-called Eagle tribe from the Mongols, which is basically the big bad of the Iki Island expansion. And he's having a pretty hard time with that poison, because it definitely screws with his mind. So one of the big story points of the Iki Island expansion is trying to get rid of that poison, and, you know, the effects it has on Jin's mind, because he's reliving different scenes from his past, from his father, but also from the main game, from the first act, or from the prologue, stuff like that. It just really messes with their head sometimes.
Yeah, as IG is saying on chat, yeah, you basically can get hit in, for example, if you go to Iki Island and you encounter Mongol like right there, if they hit you, you are going to spawn on Fort Sakai, but you also can go to Fort Sakai and get the standoff where the guys throw you a flash bomb and you get basically the same result, but we are actually going there, as Aeshmah said, and getting a favorable point for later. And yeah, save a lot of time. And also on New Game Plus Iki, which is only doing the Iki Island, we have a specific armor that let you the Mongol kill you faster. So yeah, it's a really nice time save because then you get those 2 points for
You
later.
failed your father, and now your
Interesting
soul
fact
is
though,
lost.
in my casual playthrough of Iki Island, I actually died before I got to Fort Sakai, so I didn't know about this whole standoff thing at Fort Sakai. I was just, I just died and all of a sudden I was there and I had no idea why. And then I saw that we don't actually have to go to Fort Sakai in the speedrun as well. So I have actually never done the proper thing, which is getting to Fort Sakai to get captured. I've never seen that.
Watches his father.
My father was killed.
Maybe one of these days I should actually do it, but not now.
I wished I had drowned.
Yeah, this is an hallucination. So you are going to play as Baby Jean a couple of times in the island. And yeah, there's actually a way to escape the main game. I mean, the escape Iki as Joan Jean, and you can play the whole game as Baby Jean, and it's really weird and really funny to watch.
I'm coming, father! Father!
But yeah, Jin is not having a good time in his dream right here.
Run, Jin!
Definitely not.
Almost there!
You let your father die.
No.
It's all a little bit miserable.
May your death benefit all beings.
So in the whole game now, I mean, in the whole Iki part of the game, we're gonna keep getting these hallucinations, and these hallucinations can also mess with your supplies. So I must say before that your supplies sometimes disappear, or you have a inconsistent amount of resources. And yeah, we know for sure that sometimes this happens when you have an hallucination. So when you have an hallucination, you can't use anything of your inventory. So yeah, that messes up with the amount of stuff that you have.
Clear my head. Then meet
And
So we
remember,
basically have no means of regaining or buying any ammunition while we are on Iki because there is no one around where we can easily do that.
yeah. So yeah, we have zero merchants here in Iki that we are going to close to because all of them are way too far from the main quest.
Without my wisdom, you will lose your soul.
All right, so now another person saved us that
still happening.
was on a cutscene, and we're going here to activate another festival point, and we're going to meet Tenso. That's his name, and he's part of I don't know how to call them, but a group of people that is survivor and fighting the eagle in this.
The
Iki.
raiders.
Let's go.
Yeah, raiders. Thank you. Yeah, we activated the one haiku for later, so we can fast travel there. And now we go and meet Tenso and see what we can do here.
So basically what we're trying to do here is we're trying to find allies that can help us liberate Iki Island from the raiders. However, as I explained earlier, Jin doesn't exactly have the easiest time with that because he is from Clan Sakai and the people around here don't exactly like Clan Sakai, so he basically cannot use his samurai status in order to just rally a huge force and oppose the Eagle clan. He actually has to go around and earn the people's trust that he has the best for Iki Island in mind, not for himself.
An old raider stronghold. We used it to hide from the samurai. Now it's keeping us safe from the
Yeah, the fear of Jin
Worried
is
about taking us somewhere to a secret hideaway?
that the eagle is going to be strong enough to go to Tsushima and be another problem
Since the Sakai
with
invasion,
the Khan, with
samurai
Khotun
are
Khan.
slightly
So
less popular than a pit of venomous snakes.
The Sakai
he's going to
invasion.
make sure that the eagle don't leave Iki Island.
Lord,
Also, so we know that Iki Island can be done after Act 1,
not before
and depend in what part of the story in Act to Act 3, you do Iki, some dialogues are going to change because obviously in Act 3 you are not longer with Lord Chimura, so if you do Iki there, some dialogues change. So it's also interesting to see how Jin is perceiving Iki Island.
Oh, crap. How did he get me?
There's a hidden entrance
Damn
to
it.
the stronghold up ahead.
Mongols.
I want to recount.
Shukuch!
Is it all of them? Yeah. Okay.
Sick to fight.
Yeah, archers can really be your worst enemies from time to time, especially when they are buffed by a shaman, because they can just instantly kill you from far away.
How many samurai has this? Remember your
I mean, I have no excuse for an archer killing me at point blank range, to be fair, but still, they are a pain. They are definitely a pain. Especially
One
in
really-
one of the next quests coming up.
She can read your mind or something?
One really funny thing about the shaman is that I think it was patched. It was that sometimes they die and they keep singing. Like the corpse keep, because when they sing, you can see like a bubble that is like a sound waves. You can see the sound waves. So sometimes you kill one, and even from the dead, they keep singing. It was really fun to watch.
Make friends with a great
Yeah, the
blacksmith
jam
on
is
Tsushima.
just too strong. Yeah, it goes beyond life and death.
Yeah, and as you can see there, I mean, we haven't talked about it. That's the new ability that you have with the iron hook, which is like pulling doors and pulling bridges, so you can use them. We're gonna see it again.
I'll get us through here.
Yeah, so basically what we're doing right here is just using the hook to pull down these barriers in order to free up the way.
How did you join up with Fune?
Yeah, and if you play on PS5, all these things
You mean Fort
have
Sakai?
adaptive triggers, so you can really feel like how you pull the door
Really?
down. Yeah, it's really cool.
Nice.
Almost there.
He is luring you into a den of murderers. They will kill you just as they killed your father.
Yeah, so just for reference, I'm playing this on the PlayStation 4 Pro. So if I were to do this whole run on the PlayStation 5, I guess it would probably be about 15 minutes faster. I'd wager.
Yeah, so in
But
PS5,
alas.
in PS5 the loading times are inexistent.
I'm watching you, samurai.
Let's get you to Fune. Impress her.
So this is the Raiders hideout. This is basically our new base of operation on Iki Island, and nobody around here trusts us. They're all eyeing us really suspiciously, so we just have to find a way to earn the trust of all of these people so they actually actively help us repelling the Eagle tribe. The first thing Jin thinks of is to try and attack this warship that is circling Eagle Island and basically destroying all the ships coming to and from Iki Island
Yes, Fune.
in order to basically free up the seaways again.
Tenzo, get your ass up here.
Coming, Fune.
And this is basically one of the hardest quests, I want to say, on Iki Island, because for whatever reason, starting from a certain point on, you cannot terrify any of the enemies anymore. Just for that quest, for that specific area, but it's really hard to do because there are a lot of enemies. Everybody can basically kill you in one hit, and you have to be really careful because, you know, you're just so used to at least half the enemies running away terrified, but they just don't do that. So you just definitely have to adapt your playstyle to that circumstance.
Where is Tenzo?
Yeah, so we fast travel to the haiku that we activate earlier. And yeah, this quest is really weird. We were talking about the whole terrifying mechanic on the main game. But yeah, this place is really weird because I don't know why they can't get terrified.
No idea.
So weird.
They just don't. They are fearless.
Is the eagle's poison still in
And
you?
there isn't even a shaman around.
If that's what
Yeah.
It's really weird.
It's not. You said it made you see things.
So for that reason, Aeshmah is going to change outfit because this outfit is built so people can get terrified, but if people can't get terrified, we're going to focus on damage. So Aeshmah is going to change outfit to deliver more damage, and this place can be kinda unforgivable because we're going to use a little skip for getting to the boat, but if you die
You know the
on the boat, you're gonna spawn in another place and make things even slower. So yeah, it's a really risky place.
As you can see, these guys can still get terrified, so it's not so bad here, but once you get to the next area, you can't terrify them anymore. Can somebody kill that archer, please? No? You just allow them stand there? Okay. Where did that guy come from?
ready the boat.
He wasn't there a moment ago. So yeah, we're gonna switch over to the Sakai armor with the God of War die, as you can basically see. I mean, who's not seeing Kratos right here, right now? And once we get to that boat, we cannot terrify any enemies anymore, so we just have to do the best with our sword skills.
Yep. And we're going to use a really cool thing that's called fast swimming, which is getting to your knees of water and then doing the dance of wrath. So the dance of wrath is this really fast 3 strikes, and if you are on water and you are going to water, the first one is going to like make you go really fast to water. So we can use one of these. It doesn't lose resolve because you didn't hit anyone, but you can swim faster, and that's that we are doing here. So if we die here, we're going to spawn in the normal way of doing this, which is from the other side. So yeah,
really
you want to you want to you want to avoid dying. Mongol delivery.
Basically. Hello, that big guy.
Whoa.
Okay. Caught between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, and you know here when you are done because you get an hallucination.
You're helping people who spit
Okay.
on your father's name. When he died,
There you
were
go.
you too weak to save?
And now we have to kill two more group of Mongols up here, and yeah, that's the first part of this quest.
Just gonna play this a little bit safe here because it's so easy to die and I don't want to have to do the whole thing again here. That's why I'm using the smoke bomb. Oh yeah, you're still alive. Okay, I think there was everybody, yeah. I'm just really concentrating on the fights here because you can die so easily. I don't have any bombs anymore. That's not good.
Yeah. So as we said, not using the Terrified make things look really slow, because even though you have bad luck, there is a lot of enemies that are going to be terrifying with the ghost armor.
And now comes the second part, and again we cannot terrify anybody here, so we have to fight everybody manually. And again, it's a lot of enemies, so I will concentrate once more.
Send these bastards to the bottom of the sea.
Yeah, so here basically you have 3 places. We have this boat, we have a shaman that most of the time is killed by a raider, but sometimes it's not. And here you have these yellow enemies. So enemies have different ranges. You have the green ones, you have the yellow ones, and the blue ones. And yeah, they are like harder and harder throughout the whole game. And yeah, Iki Island again is really hard. So yeah, being safe and concentrating here is definitely a smart thing to do. So once you kill everybody down here, you have to go up there and kill the other enemies, and then you have to destroy this boat. And you actually don't have to kill anybody once the door down there is open. So you can use a smoke bomb to activate the explosives, and that should be all.
Really? Okay. Whew. I mean, I got downed, but I didn't get killed, so that's the good thing. Happy we got through that.
Very nice.
Because yeah, things can really spiral out of control really easily there, and you can just get overwhelmed and just get killed, and you have to do it again and again and again and lose a lot of time there. Because while we said that the armor is very damage orientated, you basically have no defense. I mean, you just saw me get downed in what, one hit, maybe two. So yeah, death is always around the corner here.
Well done, Jim.
So now at this point we have actually earned enough of the trust of the raiders that they will try and help us retake Fort Sakai. So, and our last time our assault on that thing didn't go so well. We got captured and infused with the poison of the eagle. So let's try if things might go a little bit better this time.
Yeah, I don't know if we said this, but yeah, Jin is not Jin right now. It's Jin from Yarikawa, and in Tsushima, Yarikawa is this like whole town that, in one point of history, tried to defeat Clan Chimura, and they fell.
Oh.
So even though they are part of the island and supposedly are down Chimura's regime, they are like a revolution place.
Come on! Oh god, this is not good. I've never encountered this patrol before. Okay, I didn't get thrown off the horse. That's good.
Yeah, by the way, patrols are random. They can appear anywhere on the map.
And the bad thing is, because you are in a fight, you don't passively regenerate resolve, so that can definitely screw with your reserves. Because I would definitely like to have at least 1 point, you know, do the charge. Yeah, okay. I got the one. So let's make it count.
Alright, so as I was saying, because Yarikawa is this town that is like against Chimura, that's why Jin is called himself Jin from Yarikawa, because then he's not a part of the whole Sakai Chimura family.
So our goal here is to rescue even more of the raiders that have been captured by the Eagle tribe, and also to basically retake Fort Sakai from the Mongols. So we will once again have to kill a lot of enemies here, but luckily we can fear or terrify them again. So all these fights are a little bit easier than what we did on the boat just now.
Yeah, so as Aeshmah said, at what point we have some new enemies. We have the shamans. We have this guy that they can change their weapon, so they can get spear, shield, and sword. And there is also another enemy, which is like another brute, but it has like a dark maul kind of weapon, and they are really tough to kill as well. Because their unblockable attack is really deadly. So we have some of them here too.
Help me if you can.
So many allies and nobody kills a damn thing. Hate to see it. So now for a brief moment we'll actually switch to the Kensai armor with the Bloodborne die. So if you're looking forward to that, here it is. It's barely noticeable, but
Yeah, it is. Trust us.
I'm gonna jump up this bridge to regain my resolve with the perfect landing charm.
Yeah, so you can imagine why we get resolve. There is a duel coming. And it is a really interesting duel for two things that we're gonna see later.
Clear! Move forward!
There you go.
That's pretty good.
All right,
Yeah,
so now,
Yeah, go ahead.
well, go ahead. Now Aeshmah is wearing the running attire, which is a specific armor that we use in a category that is called Dual Rush. And this armor has the ability of better, has the chance of deliver double damage. So yeah, in this context, it's really useful.
You will hang like the peasants. You're wasting gift. You could have served the eagle. I will never
Gonna
be
concentrate
So-
on this.
Yeah, this duel is really interesting because is one duel that the enemy can change their weapon, so they can use a shield, a spear, or sword, and also because we don't kill him on the duel, but he go away into the top of his tower, but we actually can go ahead of him, and he's behind us, but he's in a way able to throw us these bombs, and now we kill him in the top of the tower and threw his corpse from up there.
Yeah, it's really funny. But yeah, if you were wondering, I was actually really concentrating on this duel. It seemed really easy looking at it, but that was also because I was really lucky with the procs of the Charms of Dual Destruction, because you only have a chance to deal double damage with each strike. It doesn't activate on all of them. So you really just have to keep track of which phase of the duel you are in order to progress, because Kunbish loses his weapons at different points into the fight and at different health thresholds, so you just have to constantly be aware, okay, which stance is he in, how quickly can he counterattack or even hit you out of the Dance of Wrath. Because one hit and you're basically dead, you have to restart the duel, and then you do not have any resolve anymore to do the fast strategy with the Dances of Wrath. You have to fight the duel normally, and that can be a real pain. So it's a really stressful part of the run, so to say. Or rather, it's a, well, I mean, yeah, it is a bit stressful, but you can definitely lose a lot of time there, which makes it stressful, I want to say.
Yeah, if you're wondering, that's the quest when you get the saddlebags. So in a normal playthrough, after releasing Fort Sakai, you get the saddlebags and you can get double the ammunition.
A few of us on horses can hold back
and respond where we're needed. Stopping a wildfire.
We need to cover a lot.
Okay, now we have basically the biggest quest, I want to say, in the Iki Island expansion, which is the massacre at Kitafunu village.
Keep watch.
And basically what's happening here, we're drawing out all the remaining Mongols on the island, because the eagle was actually not at Fort Sakai anymore. She has fled to another part of the island, and we're just trying to lure all the forces to here and have something of a last stand against them, which will be this huge battle that we're gonna fight in a couple of minutes here.
And if the Mongols don't get close,
So yeah, strap in, it's gonna get bloody.
Force them in range.
what would you do there? The moment the villagers saw
Yeah, and it's really interesting because the whole thing in Tsushima is Jin trying to do good for the people, but now he's here on Iki, watching and remembering the things that his father did, but from the perspective of the other part. So it's really interesting to see this in the context of the whole story, because the whole samurai thing is definitely in doubt. Now that Jin can get the side of the defeated in this case.
A group will stay to bolster these defenses. Fighting on the side of your father's killers. What would he say?
Alright, so this quest is basically going through some places and killing enemies there. There is some waves that spawn in really specific points. And again, you want to go for the shamans as soon as they spawn. The first wave doesn't have any shamans. And yeah, we're using the horse charge.
We need to buy our people more time. Charge!
Yeah, here is the second wave. They spawn 2 shamans there in the rock behind. And of course you want to take care of them before the other enemies, because then you can terrify and people can actually be killed.
That's all of them.
Easy pickings, right, Jin?
A good start.
There you go.
Just like the old days.
So there is another part that we need to go down, and this part is
Quickly.
similar to what we do on Tsushima, because you have some waves and you have some barrels with black powder bomb that we're going to use for the enemies. And as you can see, Jin is still getting these hallucinations. So the screen go purple and you get the eagle talking to him. So you have 2 shamans that are going to spawn from this place always.
That's the last of them.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
That was really good.
You'll never forget this. So much blood. The ground was soaked in it. Devastation.
So yeah, sorry, I'm just really concentrating on these fights, because as soon as I get hit once, I know that I will go down the next hit, and I do not have enough resolve to get up again, so I would have to reload a checkpoint, and I definitely do not want to do that. So I'm just concentrating on these things really hard right now, because we still have a lot of fights to get through.
Yes.
Not quite at the end yet.
Our people need more time.
We'll hold back the invaders as long as we can.
We had lookouts.
The next part is another, well, sneaking part, kinda, because once again the Mongols have taken hostages, and we are trying to free them from them, obviously. For that, we'll just climb up this ladder, get to a vantage point, and then just pepper them with bombs.
Like a true samurai.
Exactly.
Nice work, Jin. That's all of them. Untitled.
Okay, that was
Oh
pretty
yeah.
good.
One other thing that you want to avoid
You'll be free soon.
is doing a silent kill from a high position, because that can also trigger that is going to trigger a cutscene that you can skip, so you're going to lose time.
Mongols on their tails. They
And
need
every runner has learned that the hard way.
Definitely.
Alright, so this is like kind of the
more of them up ahead.
like the final like charge, if you want. You're going to a specific point, and a lot of enemies are going to attack you from different places. The bad thing about this fight is that shamans and archers are going to be really far from the center of the fight. So yeah, you want to use like some poison darts if you have, or like range attacks, because yeah, this shaman here is going to be another one like really far. And yeah, it's really annoying.
We've got your men's time.
Oh wait, where are these?
Weapons are ready. Reinforcements on the way.
Not bad.
Yeah, it wasn't so bad.
Yeah,
Already back here.
yeah. So this fight, you're gonna have two spawns from the left and some from the front. And this fight, at some point, it ends. So you can hear Pune yelling something, and even though you have enemies, the fight is already over. And a cutscene is going to trigger because you are kinda letting the enemies flee.
And they basically had enough, you know, we just repelled them over and over again, and they're just so terrified of us that all of them just drop their weapons and flee, like, basically like at the end of the Yarikawa siege that we will see in a bit, back on the mainland. You can kind of think of that like that. But yeah, apart from that one death there near the end, which was really tragic, but otherwise pretty good. I was happy with that outcome.
Alright, so now we're going to the last quest of Iki Island. Someone could argue that it's not the final quest of the main story, because we have another quest after this, which is Golden, which is kind of the mark of the main quest, but that quest is only going and talk to somebody, and you don't even see the quest getting complete. So yeah, we as a community decide that that quest is not part of the main mission because it's definitely useless. It's just Jin going to a place and doing
I
nothing.
wasn't sure you'd show up.
But yeah, in the run, this is the last quest. And yeah, we're going to go and fight the eagle.
If we can find her.
This really sweet old lady. Probably baking pies and knitting sweaters.
And cooking up poisons, which makes people bite off their tongues and stuff like that. So, very nice person.
Just have to lure the Mongols
Lovely.
to them.
Would love to meet. Not. Thank you. But
I
yeah,
can really see the eagle with Lady Masako like drinking tea.
Keeping an eye on the eagle's
Oh my god,
force.
that would definitely be a very interesting tea party for sure, yeah.
What does she want with a poisoned samurai?
Oh my god, can you imagine? I mean, they're actually looking pretty similar out too. You think about it?
Said she wants to recruit me.
But she forced her poison on you.
The sacred medicine is poisonous to most.
But anyway, this is the last quest of the Iki Island expansion, like Tarleton just said, so we are very much near the end of the Iki part before we return back to Tsushima Island and continue on with the main quest. And it's just a really, nice, sweet and concise portion of the run, and that is also the reason why we just made it its own category. So if you want, you can just run the Iki Island portion. Again, it takes you about 15 minutes to an hour, depending on how good you do on it. So it's just a really nice and short run that you can try and learn, instead of the, longer runs like the whole main game or the Two Islands category, which take up multiple hours.
Yeah, it's really, I mean, it's not chill at all. It's really like you need to focus and it's really hard, but it's definitely a nice, refreshing run for us as a community because, yeah, the shorter main run is 3 hours. So having this one, like really concise, like 1 hour, is really, really nice for the community.
This is also the part where the poison is really getting to Jin and he's having hallucinations of the eagle herself. And this is really interesting because he completely loses track of the normal enemies here, so you just have to make sure that you identify where the shaman is before the hallucination takes over, so you can immediately go ahead and kill him once you are out of the hallucination.
Yeah, so you're going to see the eagle right there. The other enemies are going to disappear. and your resolve is going to vanish. So if you die in the hallucination, you die. But that hallucination is time based, so you don't actually need to defeat the eagle.
I underestimated
You can't kill it because it's not there.
Offer us something,
Um,
master?
but yeah, you need to just
When I was
wait,
imprisoned,
basically,
I thought the
until the
eagle was someone else.
hallucination finish.
I told her about
And
my
yeah, as
father,
Aeshmah said, you
but he
want
never
to
says
be
essential
close to
goals.
the shaman. When the hallucination goes to, then you can kill the shaman right away and deal with the other enemies. And we're going to see this really often in the next
Yeah.
fight. We're going to have a lot of these hallucinations where you have the eagle there, and yeah, you basically have to wait until the eagle finishes the speech, and then you can kill the normal enemies. Starting with the shamans, of course.
Aksal Hassan, where are you? I know you're here. Face me.
Just making use of the horse as best as we can. Oh, that was really good. That was pretty good.
The bastards came out of no. Listen up! We're hunting
That was
the
good.
eagle!
Into the canyon.
It's too late. The battle is lost. You failed, like you failed your father. Do you remember how you let him die?
Alright, so in this canon, well, we didn't say it, but Jin's father actually died here in Oniki. If you play the base game without the DLC and before the DLC was released, the story is quite different. A little bit different, but yeah, in the DLC the whole story is a little bit changed, and Jin's dad actually died here, so this is why the eagle is luring Jin, to this place, because she knows that this place has like a emotional toll on Jin.
Can you guys just kill that enemy? My lord.
This battle is even real.
So yeah, apparently I missed one of them.
Still with us?
And neither Tenzo nor Fune was able to kill that one guy. So I had to go back and grab them. It's always great to see. Not really. So we're gonna have another hallucination about the eagle here, but yeah, we don't want to dodge her the whole time, so what we're just gonna do is we're just gonna throw a couple sticky bombs at her, because it stuns her for a really long time, so we can just wait the whole sequence out.
Newborn calf.
I was a child.
Makes this a little bit easier.
Samurai. Not a farm boy. But when your father was desperate, you
So to answer the question of Valkyries, they changed the scene. So yeah, if you play the game before Iki was released, that cutscene show Jin's dad being killed on Omi village on the Sakai state. But yeah, in this is
hunting for the eagle.
changed and is actually killed in their house that we're going to see here later, with these purple flowers in the floor. There is still some places in the main game where that don't make sense with Jin's dad being killed on Iki. But I mean, that's definitely expected, because you can really tell that they didn't think of Iki while doing the main game. But yeah, it fits in a way. So there is still some places where definitely things don't match, but it's just a detail. Alright, so I think this is the last wave before facing the eagle. And the duel with the eagle is really weird to see. And if you play it normally, it is really interesting because it has even more stuff. We already see the tool with Kunbin Shin that he can change weapon.
Give me
throughout the
silence.
duel. And the eagle has also some stuff under his sleeve.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, so you can see Aeshmah changed the outfit again and is wearing the running attire. This is the attire that give you the chance of delivering double damage. And the fight against the eagle has actually two stages. The first one is you have to do damage until you get this cutscene, and once you get the cutscene, you have to hit the eagle with one normal strike. You can get like a heavily strike or dance of wrath. You have to hit the eagle with a normal strike, and you're gonna trigger a cutscene, and then you're gonna have full result for some reason, and you're going to do dance of wrath, and that should be the end of the eagle.
Medicine, no. How is
And that's the duel. Now,
There
don't
you
ask
go.
me why I did that jumping kick. I just felt like it, I guess. But yeah, we're gonna do one last haiku to reflect on our father's death. And that's the end of the Iki Island portion of the run.
Yeah, so if this was Iki Island Million Plus, the runs finish when you get the
My father's
completed
hand
quest
reaching up.
on the screen. So again, this run is really short, really fun. So if you want to give it a try, it is like 50 minutes, an hour. So yeah, give it a try. You have to get like all the stuff to be competitive. Like complete the game at least twice for getting like a new game plus loadout. But yeah, really good category, Iki Island, and that's Iki.
But we are not done yet. Because there are still stuff to do in Tsushima Island, so we'll return back there and continue where we left off in Act 2.
Yeah, so going to Iki, we unlock a visual point in the when the boat to Iki went, and now we're going to Yarikawa, which is this this whole town that is under siege, and yeah, we're going now. We are in Act 2. We already free Lord Chimura, and now we have another main goal, which is taking back Castle Chimura and letting the Shogun knows that we are under attack, so they can send reinforcement. And also, we need to recover the armor of Clan Sakai, so we are ready and really slick for the final fight at Castle Chimura.
So actually another runner has noticed that doing these quests in a slightly different order than I'm gonna do them now is about 40 seconds faster, I think. However, I hadn't had the time to look at this route change yet, so I will just do the old route. Like I said, it's a difference about 40 seconds that my run will be slower compared to that. So in a 4-hour run, that is not that much. But of course, you know, if it's just a time save, you of course want to take that along. But like I said, I haven't had the time to look into it yet. So I'm just going to do the old route, which I know because you definitely don't want to see me bumbling about during a marathon run now, will you?
Yeah, one thing that you need to learn if you're going to run Ghost of Tsushima is you don't have any compass on screen, as you can see, so you have no idea where to go. You can activate the wind. The wind is what is going to let you know where to go. But for the wind to work, you need to have like a mark spot on the map. So we're doing this from memory. We're not activating quest. So most of the time you are not gonna have a marker, and obviously going to the map and putting the marker is going to make you lose time. So definitely the hard thing to learn is where you need to go. So each run has slightly different variations of the route because of that, because people, oh yeah, I know this tree, so this is the place. I know this rock, this is the place. So yeah, you're going to see that every runner maybe have a little different route, so they can like pick the stuff in the landscape that tell them where to go.
Yeah, the worst thing is definitely because the weather changes dynamically. You know, sometimes you pick out a landmark to tell you if you're on the right track or not, and then you are riding through heavy fog and you can't see anything, and you just get totally lost. Which is always fun to have happen. Not.
I don't see how we can make it to the river.
We'll find a way.
The hidden entrance used to be over there, behind that white tree.
Let's hope the Mongols haven't found it.
We were just gonna make our way through this big Mongol encampment normally, well, previously I should rather say, we were using the sushi roll technique to just roll through the whole Mongol encampment and nobody would be none the wiser. However, again, since they patched that out, we're just gonna switch out to the Mongol commander's armor and just run through the whole thing as if nothing happened, because everybody thinks we're just another Mongol.
Is that why you left?
No. I got us in trouble.
As long as we're doing it quickly enough, obviously.
Good idea.
Be ready to run.
I can't keep going.
Just follow Jin to the river. He was the
Yeah, so lucky for us, Yuna and her brother, they are from Yarikawa, so they're going to help us get in here and try to convince the people of Yarikawa to join Lord Chimura to fight the Mongols. Now the problem is that, as you remember, the Chimura and the people from Yarikawa fought no so long ago because they were like rebel and want to rebel against the Jito. In this case is Lord Chimura. So yeah, it's kind of a hard thing to do to recruit the people from Yarikawa.
The Mongols are crossing the bridge. You three, follow and stay close.
What I did there, as we explained earlier, during these walkie-talkie sections, your movement speed is slowed down, and we would normally just jump along the NPCs to make it go by a little bit quicker, but in this instance, all of our movement speeds are actually completely slowed down and you cannot jump, so that is why I did this little funky movement with the sword where you just start an attack and immediately block, just to get the forward momentum of the sword strike to go by this section a little bit quicker. And once you go up the barricade and just jump down, that immediately triggers the next cutscene, which again saves a couple of seconds. And after that we can just go back to jumping along our NPC allies to make them go really quickly up to here. So we're not even finished with our conversation when we reach the next quest trigger, and that is why we have to wait for the conversation to actually stop before we can skip the cutscene.
That could have gone better.
Let's find
Yeah, so Aeshmah said that thing saved a couple of seconds, and yeah, Ghost of Tsushima is a really tight game, so you can't get that far from the checkpoints or the NPCs, so you actually don't have like a huge chunk of time because you have a single strat, for example. It is actually the sum of like some seconds here, some seconds there, that is going to give you the edge for getting like PB or a world record, for example. And also, well, the luck, because it has a lot of RNG. For example, the terrifying mechanic is full of RNG. And also like your ability to think and how to execute the battle if an enemy is not terrified in some like far place.
It's really interesting to see how much RNG actually is in this game, because when you first play it, you wouldn't think that there would be so much stuff up to chance, but it really is.
No, you're not.
And well, you just have to go ahead and deal with it.
What's he doing here?
Nothing else to do.
So of course we arrived to Yarikawa and Ujimasa Yarikawa, which is the son of the lord that lead the fight against Chimura, is not going to join the Chimura army, of course, But now we discover that there is some archers that are actually captive by the Mongols. So yeah, Jin is going to go and try to free them, so maybe they can join the fight against the Mongols.
But first of all, bear.
Tracks lead to this house.
Didn't the samurai live here?
3 sword strikes and he is done for. Easy. You just have to do it before he actually activates and starts attacking you, because once he does, oh my lord, he's a force to be reckoned with.
Arrowheads, bowstrings, hide to make adhesive. The archers must have been here.
Jin, Taka, I found some.
They stole the Mongols' explosive barrels.
I like these archers.
We just have to look at a lot of things here in order to make the archers appear the next ridge that we're gonna go to, so we can actually continue the quest. And even though Jin will say that you have to keep your head down, there's absolutely no reason to do that. You can just run straight up to where you have to go. No questions asked.
A samurai.
And as it turns out, these are not all the archers, because about half of them obviously got captured by the Mongols. So we have to think of a way to actually go ahead and free those.
Let's have a look at that cap.
Because we don't want half the archers, we want all of the archers.
All in good health.
The sooner we free them, the better.
Bad idea to rush in.
So the first thing that we're gonna do in the next fight is to immediately shoot at one of the explosive barrels, just so that the enemies come here a little bit quicker and we don't have to wait for them so long. Then we're gonna shoot this big crate right there. We will set all of them on fire. Get away with the first wave. For some miraculous reason, the archers actually do not get inflamed by that, luckily, because that would be bad. And then we just have to run around and kill a whole bunch of enemies that will spawn from all over the battlefield. And it's really hard to know where all of them will come from, because the spawn points are really erratic.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is definitely one of the fights that you want to the enemies be scared, because it's really weird how the whole scare thing works, because sometimes they can get scared even though they are not like in a position so they can see what's happening. Like it's like an area thing, it doesn't matter what is in the way. So because of that, enemies can be in different weird places. Yeah, you want most of them spawning close to you, but sometimes you are going to like kill everybody, and then it's like one guy in top of a roof, and like, why is that guy there? But luckily this was pretty good.
Yeah, the best thing to think about it is that the spawns of the enemies are depending on where you're actually pointing the camera at any one point. However, due to the terrify mechanics and the NPCs or your allies killing some of the Mongols, you don't actually know at which part of the battle you are at any moment, so you don't actually know, or you cannot really control when reinforcements are going to show up. So it's really hard to point the camera in the right direction to have a good spawn point near you, and it just makes the whole thing really messy.
Thank you.
I'm honored to assist you. Worthy of a
So we're gonna do a big shopping trip here, stock on everything that we can, because we will need it really soon.
Goodbye.
Might have overstocked a little bit, but it's okay.
Yeah, this guy is really in a good position, because he's right here, and we don't have to go like far away from chopping. The guy is actually right there, which is very nice, because for the next quest, which is the ghost from Yarikawa, we definitely need black powder bombs and also smoke bombs. You need that, otherwise you're gonna lose a lot of time. So if you don't have any of that, you have that guy right there, so it's really convenient.
We'll stop them.
So one of the things that Ujimasa Yarikawa said to Jin when they talked was, yes, okay, yeah, the Mongols are here, but they are not worried about us. They are going to be here, and they are going to forget about us and go to the mainland. But the same night, of course, they start the try to conquest Yarikawa, and yeah, so all the fighters that Jin free now are going to help Jin defend the fortress of Yarikawa. And here you really can see the power of the black powder bombs when they are coming in groups. You throw a bomb, they are most of them getting on fire, and they are also getting away in fear.
That guy has balls. He was just about to take the whole army on them by himself by walking over the bridge there.
Break through the Mongol line. Destroy those siege weapons.
So the ghost mode, yeah. So we were talking about that. In any percent, as soon as you unlock the ghost stance, you're going to use it quite often because you're going to use it for killing leaders in one go or big guys. But in New Game Plus, in Lethal, you're not going to use it. You're going to use it only once here because you have to. You are scripted to do it. But on easy, you are going to use the ghost stance for avoiding two standoffs. The one on... oh no, wait, only one. Oh no, only, yeah, two. The one on the Tail of Ryuzo and the one on...
Easy to get back to the stronghold.
The Tale of Lady Masako, because you are doing the ghost stance instead of the standoff. So the ghost stance is faster than the standoff because the standoff, the whole animation is really slow, but you are like changing slow for someone that is even slower. So
sounds like he's near the
but
keep.
you are not going to see the ghost stance normally because, as Aeshmah said, also when you use the ghost stance, those 3 kills don't have the ability of terrifying enemies, and you want to terrify enemies.
So there's another duel coming up, and the reason why I changed through a couple armors there was I noticed that I was way too low on resolve, so I was looking for a way to regain those, and the fastest I could think of was to just switch to the Kensei armor again and do the rolling thing from a high place. So actually I run out of resolve to get through this duel very quickly.
Your blood will soak the island!
Yeah, and with all these new things that we gain from Iki, we actually have enough resolve for all the duels. So yeah, definitely the more fun stuff from the game is the duels, but in the speedrun we are using the dance of RRLAT because it is really fast.
Yeah, I mean, luckily also with the Iki Island expansion, you now have, once you finish the game, you have the option to replay any of the duels. And that basically gave rise to the Duel Rush category, where we just go through and do all the duels back to back, which is a really fun category because you can do it in about 20 minutes or so. Basically do all the boss fights one after the other, and it's a fun time for sure.
Yeah, that's a really cool category. So we're basically steal it from everybody else, so that we have Duel Rush now.
I mean, it's basically a boss rush, but you know, they're duels, so it's a duel rush. Alright, now that we have liberated Yarikawa, the people of Yarikawa will actually come and fight for us. So that's quite nice. Also, why did I use the Ronin armor, not the Sakai armor? I mean, it worked, but... oh well. Lost a little bit of time by having to switch again.
Now we are going to do Ghost from the Past. This is a really chill quest. You don't have much fight on it, but that makes it also kind of boring. So the whole point of this quest is going to Ami Village, which is where Sakai State is, and getting the Sakai armor, which Jin has already on. and also getting the blowgun that Jin also already owns. So yeah, in terms of New Game Plus, this is useless because we already have all the things that we're going to get there, but we have to do it.
The game demands that we finish each and every main story quest, no matter how useful or useless it is. But you know, it at least gives us a moment to take a breather and relax a little bit, because like Charlton just said, there's basically only one fight in that whole quest. So the next 8 to 10 minutes are gonna be really chill, so you can just sit back, relax, enjoy the countryside, because we also have a longer ride that we have to do in order to even get to Omi village. But it's just a really slow part of the run right here, right now.
Yeah, and also one important thing that we need to do in this trip to Omi village is we need to activate one festival point for later, which is the
Lord Chimura's camp.
the Lord Chimura's camp. So we need to be really careful to activate that, but other than that,
Yeah, we will use that later on to fast travel back here. A couple times actually, and it's just really convenient that we can grab that along the way here. I mean, it's not even hard to get along the way. I mean, no matter, well, not no matter, but if you're just following the straightest path from Yarikawa to Omi village, you will naturally come across Lord Shimura's camp, which is pretty nice.
yeah. Also, in this quest we get the blowgun. So after this quest, well, from now, we can't. I mean, we can use it, but we're going to lose time. But we are better not using the blowgun from now on. So because if you do it, you're gonna get the cutscene.
I mean, you only get the cutscene once, so if you by accident would use the blowgun and get the cutscene, which wastes about 20 seconds or so, you are free to keep using it, but you know, those 20 seconds are basically lost, and using the blowgun wouldn't give you back, or probably wouldn't give you back enough time to justify watching the cutscene in the first place, so we're not gonna do it. I mean, we really don't need it. We have our bombs, we have our explosive arrows, we have Dance of Wrath and other things to get us through the game, so the blowgun is just really an extra to use.
Yeah, it makes sense to use it on Act 1 because, as we said, you are better not buying stuff, and also there is no too many places to buy stuff. So it kind of works there, but now we actually have enough stuff for doing all the things normally. Actually, the strat with the blowgun is quite new. It's not that it's not that old. It's not like it's crucial for the run from the beginning. Not at all.
Yeah, exactly. The blow dart is no longer honorable. It was up to this point, but not anymore. That's actually a good way to think about it.
Yeah, because in the cutscene, it's basically a flashback when Lord Chimura is saying again, okay, so this is not the samurai way, blah, blah, blah.
You'll have to tell me more.
Exactly.
But it's just the two of you?
A few others. Sensei Ishikawa.
I haven't seen
Also, everybody, meet Yuriko. She is the retainer of the Sakai household, and
His aim is unmatched.
she is special from basically every other NPC that we have a walkie-talkie with, because there is no way to speed up her movement. You can, like, you know, work at her pace along her and jump like a madman in order to make every other NPC go faster, but that just doesn't fly with Yuriko. She just will walk at her own pace every single time. There's nothing to make her go faster.
Yeah, like basically every grandma.
Kinda. I mean, it's actually not true. You can make it go by a little bit faster by just constantly running into her from behind, but that will make you a granny pusher, and I'm totally against that. I would rather lose 2 seconds in my speedrun than be considered a granny pusher. I mean, imagine what would happen if she would trip and fall over. The run would be over. There's no way to continue on. You know? She can't pick the poison flowers for us.
Now I am alone.
Yeah, and if you like games with good stories, as we said, every character of the game has like a side quest that you can do and learn more about them. And Yuriko's side quest is definitely special to do because it has some stuff that is definitely relatable for most of us.
Yeah. If you talk to people about this game's story, I think basically all of them will remember that particular quest line. I mean, the story in itself was pretty good. A lot of the game got a lot of praise for it, but that particular point, it's just it gets to you.
Yeah, so basically we already got the armor, and this is the only fight that you can actually fight. So you have now that you fight the Ryuzo on Castle Canada. Now, along with the Mongols, the bandits, now you have the Ronins that they can spawn in some places and attack you. And in terms of enemies, the Ronins are definitely the hardest one because they are really fast and they can parry like you. So yeah, it's really hard.
Yeah, they're a definite step up in difficulty from the Mongols you have faced so far. You know, except the ones that we met on Iki Island, obviously.
Yeah.
All I need is something to make a blow.
Now, the game would actually expect you to use a standoff against the 3 Ronins that I just killed there. However, we found out it's just way faster to just run into them, drop a smoke bomb, and assassinate them than it would be to use a standoff again. And we don't need the resolve at the moment, so we just rather go with a faster method.
Yeah, again, the standoff it has a really slow animation that, yeah, for normal playthrough is amazing, but for the speedrun,
Well struck, Kage.
That's another thing, now that we have the horse charge, you just saw me run through that one Mongol. And the nice thing is that... Oh, hello there. Hello? What the hell? Go away. Oh, not the horse. Oh, wait. We can fix this. No, where are you going? Horse!
you got alerted.
Well, normally that guy just runs away. For some reason it didn't this time. So yeah, let's just say that never happened before. Because the thing is, as long as you are in combat, you cannot get back on your horse. However, if you drop a smoke bomb, you also escape combat, and then you can just quickly run over to your horse and get back on again. However, since I was really just boxed in by all these enemies, that was a little bit iffy to get out of again. But yeah, normally that guy just runs away when I horse charge that archer before I grab the reeds, so that was a little bit iffy. Never seen that happen. I mean, I guess the run is valid now, right? Because we said the magic words.
Come with me.
Anyway, as I was trying to explain though, that archer that I used the horse charge on in the village just now, it's just really nice because at that point you just have just enough resolve that if you horse charge immediately when you get up from the place where Yuriko sends you off, that you regain run resolve just before you arrive at that archer, so you can just immediately hit L1 to use the horse charge and just run that guy over, no questions asked. So it's just a really nice timing coincidence.
You and Lord Chimura taught me to ride. On that runt pony.
You sat so tall and straight in your little saddle, like you were the shogun himself.
So we're just gonna have a small little ride with Yuriko here to one of her camps outside of the village. where she picks some poisonous plants in order to, well, make poison against rats to keep her food stocks,
What's so funny?
well, without vermin, as she so eloquently puts it. However, Jin has other plans for that poison because he wants to actually use it to kill the Mongols. And that is what we have been using the blowgun for the whole time. So this is basically the point in the game where you would get the blowgun.
Uncle's black eye took weeks to heal.
Yeah, so basically the blowgun has two darts, the poison dart and hallucination dart. And yeah, you only get the poison dart here, and for getting the hallucination dart, you need to do the second, the first quest of the Yuriko storyline, and then you get the hallucination dart.
A gozamat and a campfire.
But of course, because it's in New Game Plus, we already have the two.
Only when I spend the day foraging for plants.
Yep, and you won't see the hallucination dart at all,
Rest, Yuriko. I will get them.
because we simply haven't found a reason for it.
Seeds, they're poisonous.
Another child, Yuriko.
Oh, I know. Remember how we gather flowers for your mother?
Just gonna pick up all these poison seeds
That should
over
be
here,
enough.
and then we
Bring
get the
them to
loadout.
me, young master.
Your plants.
And then we're gonna try it out
Poison works.
on some unsuspecting Ronin. Bloody.
Are you hurt, young master?
Cannot recommend doing that. But yeah, basically at this point we have knocked off 2 of the 3 things that we are supposed to do in Act 2, which is to recruit the Yarikawa rebels, which is to get back the family armor of Clan Sakai. And there's one final thing that remaining that we have to do, which is to get a message from Chimura back onto the mainland so that the Shogun actually knows what is happening on Tsushima Island, because the Mongols have erected a sea blockade, so there's basically no ship leaving Tsushima or entering Tsushima, so the mainland Japan doesn't even know what the hell is happening on Tsushima Island at the moment. So we need to find a way to breach the blockade and get a message over to the Shogun so he can actually send reinforcements to help us retake the island from the Mongols.
Yeah, because story-wise, there was a fight on Komoda Beach when the Mongols arrived, and all the clans on the island are dead. I mean, Jin and Lord Chimura and maybe a couple more, like, around somewhere are alive. So, yeah, they definitely need help from the Shogun, and the Shogun has no idea what's going on, because, as Aeshmah said, we have a blockade happening. So now we have to go to Umugi Cove, which is a cove that is hidden from the Mongols, and hopefully find sea, how you say, smuggler that can take the message to the Shogun so they can help they can send reinforcements.
The nice thing also with the horse charge is if you encounter a patrol and have enough resolve to actually use the horse charge, you don't have to circumvent the patrol anymore. You can just charge right through them and be on your way, which is always a welcome sight. Because as we explained also earlier, what can actually happen is you have a 10% chance per target hit with a horse charge to regain a bit of resolve. So, you know, if that happens, we can just charge for even longer to make the run go even just a little bit faster. But again, it's only 10% chance, so it doesn't happen very often, sadly.
And again, as you can see, there is nothing on the screen that is telling Aeshmah where to go. So he's basically using some familiar landscape to go to the cove, which is again like the hardest part of the run, in my opinion. It is nice looking for a normal playthrough, but speedrunner, I would definitely prefer having a compass, even though it maybe looks ugly with the aesthetic of the game, but Damn, I miss a compass here. Well, not anymore. I already like learned the secret paths.
I mean, during your fast few runs, you're definitely gonna set down markers on the map and then use the wind to guide you there. But, you know, once you've done it a couple times, you just know where to go by heart.
Halt, Ronin.
This way, my lord. It's important you speak to the lady.
So this is Umugi Cove. It's basically a smuggler's hideout.
To Umugi Cove.
And there's actually one of these smugglers that is in debt to Lord Chimura. So Lord Chimura hopes that
Come see me again sometime.
Goro will settle the debt by delivering a message to the mainland. The funny thing about Goro is that not only is he a pretty heavy drinker, for some reason jumping along also doesn't speed him up. However, if you just crouch down, he goes way faster than he normally would.
That's why I was drinking.
To celebrate your escape?
To mourn the samurai. Those
Until he has to stop to take another drink
men like me.
while he's talking.
They swore to defend everyone.
Try copying that.
Even you, Goro.
I don't know if I can repay.
Maybe he's a
your
psychic too.
sacrifice. This
You know,
is
he's
why
actually not talking to us, he's just projecting his words into our mind,
getting
allowing him
past
to
that
drink while talking.
blockade won't be easy. Do you have Lord
Or he's
Shimura
just
with-
perfected the art of drinking so he can do both at once. Who knows?
I can work with that. One of my boats is hidden near Fort Mitodake. This map shows where I'll wait on the forest road.
So now we know that Goro will actually help us. We will now fast travel back to Akashima village, which we grabbed as a fast travel point way back at the start of Act 2. So this is finally where we start using that for this one trip.
Norio's here. No sign of any other monks, though.
Let's go, Kage.
Yeah, now we go to Lord Chimura's campfire, and then we're going to try to take Fort Mitodake, which is where a blockade is. And lucky for us, Goro has a boat nearby. So we need to clean all the camp, or most of the camp, so we can draw the attention of the Mongols to the camp, and they can don't pay attention to Goro while he's going through the blockade and then getting to the island of Japan to tell the Shogun that there is quite a mess on in Tsushima.
At last, you have news.
Yes, Lord Chimura.
So another thing that can be a little bit stressful coming up is in order to progress this quest, all of these NPCs have to come along, and at one point at the end of this ride, all of them have to dismount and walk to a specific point in order to trigger the next cutscene. However, since they are all gonna be clumped up at the end of this ride, it can happen that one of the samurai here can just get stuck. So you have to go and reload a checkpoint and try this again, and that is obviously a pretty hefty time loss. And it's just really heartbreaking to see, so let's hope that nobody will have any problems coming up.
We have no choice.
What will we do if they catch us, my lord?
Do not fear death, Kotaro. Live with courage. And never forget the people you fight to protect.
Lord Shimura!
Goro, where is your boat?
This way. I'm happy you're alive, my lord.
Thank you for agreeing to settle your debt.
I'll do my best. But I fear the Mongols will sink me before I leave the coastline. There are too many eyes watching the water.
So they're gonna dismount now. We need Goro, Lord Chimura, and the two samurai to come along.
Fort Mitodake.
Okay, everybody's coming. Nice.
Took that stronghold from Clan Yarikawa.
We can proceed.
Now the Mongols have it.
Also, thank you for the good luck. I am pretty sure that wish came true right here, right now, and that is why those guys didn't get hung up on some geometry somewhere.
But they cannot attack all at once.
How long
But
can
yeah,
you
we're
keep
not
the
gonna
elements of
take
strife?
Fort Mitsutake the samurai way, which is to just charge at it with absolutely no finesse whatsoever, and hope everything goes right. I mean, we have bombs, so we know it will go right, but you know.
Yeah, and we had a really trouble area here with the doors, but I think that was patched. Let's see it.
Okay, let's see. Can we get through the door?
Oh no, we don't. We can't.
I'm not so
So
sure
as you can
yet.
see, the door here is glitchy. So the door
close it.
is the door is closed. So they close it. So they sometime start closing the door from behind, and both close the door, and they are both outside. So the door glitch open again, so they can close the door from inside. So they are inside when the door is closed. It's really annoying.
Yeah, the problem is basically the Terrify mechanic, because normally you would not have the ghost armor at this point in the game, you would get it later on. And the enemies that are supposed to close the door are programmed like normal enemies. They are not some kind of cutscene NPC or whatever, so they can get terrified. And if they do, they just get stuck in that loop where they continually open and close the doors, not allowing you to continue on with the game. And then you would have to reload the checkpoint, do the fight again, and hope they don't get terrified. But since we have a pretty high chance of actually terrifying them, that can sometimes take quite a while. I mean, theoretically, we could switch out the ghost armor and not have the chance to terrify, but that would be slow for the fight before that, so pick your poison.
Yeah, so this is basically a race from the top. There is a really annoying spot because you have these doggies. Then don't get me wrong, I love dogs, but freak
Not
these
these
dogs,
ones.
man. They are really annoying. They can do that red attack that you can't block or parry, or you have to dodge it. And yeah, they are really annoying.
So another fun fact, all the attacks in the game are actually color-coded. So if you see an attack that has a blue glint, it means that you cannot block it, you can only parry or dodge it. And if it has a red glint, like these dogs just had, it means that you cannot block or parry it, you have to dodge it. And the game comes with something called the Kurosawa mode, which is basically a color filter over the game, which makes it look like the old Akira Kurosawa movies, if you've seen any of those, which is basically the whole thing in black and white with a heavy grain filter on top of it. However, since everything is in black and white, you actually cannot see the colors of the attacks themselves. So if you were to play in Kurosawa mode, well, you would have no idea how to escape some of the attacks, because you cannot differentiate red and blue when all you see is black and white.
Archers on the shore. Don't slow down, Goro.
Alright, so now we are using Wacha, which is this long range attack. And yeah, we're basically destroying everything so Goro can pass through the blockade. And somehow Lord Chimura is okay with this, even though then he's going to give us a speech about using the weapons of the enemy and blah blah blah. But yeah, here somehow he's okay with this.
I mean, I guess even he can see reason from time to time.
Yeah, all the spawns here are always the same, so we try to hit the things before or as soon as they spawn. And yeah, we are going to hear.
We did it.
Means that we already clean all the chips, and now Goro is going to arrive the island and send reinforcements. Nice. All right, so with this quest, we did all the things that we had to do for Act 2. So now we're going to Lord Chimura's base and yeah, see what's going on there.
Do you need a new quiver or satchel? An excellent choice.
It was one bomb short for whatever reason.
Lord Sakai. Thanks to
So as it turns out, Lord Chimura has information that Ryuzo is holed up in a base near here and asks if Jin may want to take care of some unfinished business. And of course he agrees, because he's eager to meet his former friend again and, you know, take care of business, so to speak. So we will ride to Fort Koyasan. And, yeah, well, I guess you'll see in a moment what will happen. Everything will be alright, right? Nothing bad is gonna happen in a quest called Reckoning in Blood. Absolutely not. It's all sunshine and rainbows. Like the whole story of the game. But yeah, we're just having a short ride over here. And another funny thing will happen right here now, because once again, we will do a quest in a way that is not exactly intended to be done that way. Because what the game expects you to do is that Taka will catch up to us and he will go and distract all the enemies inside the fort so that we can just go sneak in and have our chat with Ryuzo. And that is kinda what we are gonna do. However, the game really expects you to wait until all the enemies have actually left the camp. And, you know, we are speedrunners. We are kinda not made for waiting around. So instead to wait for Taka to lure all these guys away, we're just gonna rush into the camp immediately as soon as they open the door. So just like that. So, not like that though. And we're just gonna rush through to the end. The doors will be closed, but we can fix that by just dropping a smoke bomb, which will put us outside of the engagement here and allows us to actually open it, because normally you cannot do that while you're in combat. And since all the Mongols are technically still alive, but they shouldn't be, because either they have left the fort or they have been killed by us, the game gets confused and thinks the Mongols are still here, so you, for the next couple minutes, you will hear constant Mongol shouting in the background. Just like that. So, yeah. Enjoy this little audio glitch going on while we are trying to escape. And yeah, they are pretty angry.
It's a really fun glitch.
Oops. I did not want to open photo mode there.
Yeah, so sadly, Taka dies in a cutscene. So yeah, so we've basically freed ourselves, and now we have to kill everybody here so we can escape. And yeah, here we need to fight all the Ronins in the first wave. So they are the Stroha Ronin. They're like Ryuzo's army in a way. Yeah, they can also get terrified. And a bad thing that you see Aeshmah do there is the Way of the Flame is really useful, because you can hit enemies even though they are blocking, and the enemies being on fire also has the chance of terrifying an enemy. But if you have the Way of the Flame on and you do a silent kill, Jin put the sword in the case and you lose the Way of the Flame.
Yeah, it's
So
really annoying.
it's really, really annoying. And so the Ghost Armor has a charm that give you even longer Way of the Flame. So losing one is definitely a bad thing. It's really, really annoying.
Hello there.
Because if you want to like hit an enemy with the sword, you use the same button for doing the silent kill. So even you can't do like a normal hit to an enemy if they are not spotted you, even though everyone is fighting you in a way.
Why are you still alive?
Oh, I have seen this. They spawn here inside.
But I killed everybody inside.
Yeah, but they spawn inside.
Huh? Okay, I've never seen that.
It's like you skip like quote unquote skip a wave, so they spawn inside. Yeah, I have seen this.
Huh. Interesting. I was just wondering why the hell didn't it progress even though I killed everybody at the gate? Interesting. So anyway, we took care of business there, but the user wasn't there. But it doesn't really matter. We have gathered everybody. We now have also samurai reinforcements from the mainland, so it is time to take back Castle Chimura.
The samurai are here.
Who goes there?
I'm Lord.
Yeah, so this is the second big fight castle of the main game. And
Just for you.
yeah, Aeshmah is going to check the resources and maybe go shopping, maybe not.
Thank you.
And yeah, this is basically like a big fight. And we need to be really, really prepared for it.
I need to meet Lord
I mean, we are fast approaching the end of the second act of the game, and there's only Act 3 left after that, so we are making big strides toward the end of the game here.
You're to be commended, Lord Sakai. To rescue your uncle, then recruit the Yarikawa.
Yeah, so more samurais from the mainland arrive. This is Clan Oga. And yeah, they are going to help us getting back Castle Chimura, and because we have a walkie-talkie section, we have to go down our horse and go doing these jumps, which we explain are faster than just sprinting or going with the horse. And yeah, Lord Chimura is waiting for us in that watchtower in the background. And after this, the fight is going to start. So in the next part, you have to kill everybody for getting into the next part, but just in some of the places.
Kill them all! Back down! Fight!
Oh, what the hell? Normally that guy doesn't stay around. What's wrong with you guys? What? Okay. That was strange.
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah, that was strange. Never seen that happen. Oh my god, that was like the
That was so weird.
I've never seen that happen before. In this room? What the heck is going on? Yeah, it's just always something new with this game. It's really interesting. Oh, hello. Did not expect you.
Yeah, so in these two parts are really weird because you have enemies that spawn from the doors, and if you can go so fast that you actually kill everybody else before these guys are ready to fight. So that's what's happening here. That these guys were like closing the door, and yeah, you already kill all the people, so they can't actually fight with you until they like do the whole animation with the freaking door. Yeah, this is one of those places where you don't have to kill actually anyone. You just need to get to a place so you can trigger the next cutscene. And it's really convenient because we have a lot of things to loot in the way for the next cutscene. And here we actually need to kill everybody. But yeah, doing that with the only the sword is quite slow. So that's why we're gonna get here to this place and use the Watcha against the enemies.
Luckily, the Watcher has friend-foe identification, so we cannot actually hit our friends. We only ever hit the enemies, which is pretty convenient.
Yeah, and again, all the waves of enemies they spawn from the same exact place.
I see them.
So as you can see, we are actually doing the things in a samurai way. We didn't went like from behind. We went from the front. We are fighting all the enemies like normally, and this is because we are going with Lord Chimura, and so far we are succeeding. But unlucky for us, the Mongol army is actually quite good. So Khotun Khan knows Japanese. He was all his life like learning about the Japanese culture and how they fight. So yeah, this is looking good, but the Mongols know better.
Missed that one shot there.
We need your bow.
Alright, so in this cutscene, they learn that there is one last part, so they have to go like to the final castle or to the final place in the whole compound. And yeah, Lord Chimura, being the samurai, want to go from the bridge, like from the front, but Jin knows better. He already tried that and failed. So he's going to do the not honorable way, and he collect poison with Yuna, and he's going to go solo and try to finish this before Lord Chimura send the whole army through the bridge, and yeah, maybe kill everybody in the attempt of doing the right thing or the samurai thing.
We're just gonna make our way along these cliffs till we can get back up again. Then we're gonna make our merry way through the whole compound. All sneaky like. That is not what I wanted to do, but okay, I guess it worked.
That was clear. Now look for poison all of them.
Okay, so this next part was one of them.
Defenses. Plenty
One of the we did with the sushi roll,
a straw hat.
and it was really good and really easy. But yeah, now we have to again use the Mongol outfit, which is the disguise that let us go through all the Mongols and not being spotted or being spotted slower.
Explosives. My uncle's leading us.
Yeah, they will
Yeah,
still
so
spot you, but it is really slow, so you can more or less get through this here undetected. Oops. What am I doing? Well, that's not good. I did not want to come down here, but alright. Guess we'll make it work. Hello. Just ignore me.
Now to reach their
Thank
feet.
you.
Poison their drinks.
Yeah, that is not how that was supposed to look, but I guess nobody cared. I actually wanted to... Ah, okay. Yeah, that was bound to happen. If you basically raise too much suspicion in the preceding area, sometimes they will just randomly spot you here for whatever reason.
yeah, I have no idea what. I mean, that always happened to me.
But, should be
But the
fine now.
second time never happened, so I think I need to reach some save, so it's better.
That's where they started.
Yeah, probably.
Now to add
It
poison.
just really depends on how much suspicion you raise in the area before you go through the wall there. But it's really strange because nobody even saw you there, so what made them suspicious here? I don't know.
Yeah,
Anyway,
and again, you can see we are using the smoke bombs again. So the smoke bombs are really useful because if you have to trigger a prompt and you have to be out of sight, you can be full alerted. And well, not in this case, but in another place, you can like through the bomb and you're going to be able to hit the prompt because it takes you completely out of combat, even though logically it doesn't make sense. People know that you are there in the middle of this smoke. And yeah, Aeshmah is already changing outfit, and you can imagine why. There is a new duel coming up, and we are using the running attire that again gives you the double amount of damage. And this duel is against, you can imagine, Ryuzo, and sadly in this time he's not going to survive fight. And in the same way, Lord Chimura is going to learn that we basically poison all the Mongols, which is not honorable. And one thing that we didn't say is that in the letter that the Lord Chimura sent to the Shogun, he said to the Shogun that he wanted to adopt Jin, so Jin can be like Jin Chimura and be the next Jit of the island. And yeah, because Jin didn't make how you say that. Jin didn't take the order of Lord Chimura and went against him. He can't like be her son anymore or adopt him because he like broke the rules, and now he's captive. And the good friend Kenji is going to help him go away. And this is the beginning of Act 3.
yeah, so basically this is where we broke all the ties with our former allies. I mean, we still are allied to, you know, Yuna and Norio and stuff like that, but we are not allied to the samurais anymore. We are basically our own little group of merrymaking now, and we are still trying to defeat the Khan to drive the Mongols off the island, which is basically the only thing that allies us to the samurai in some ways. But we are definitely trying to do this with different methods, whereas the samurai we just try to charge head first into enemy encounters. We are trying to go about things a little bit more intelligently. and stealthily and sneakily and all these things.
He may have run north.
But first of all, we have to get out of Castle Chimura here
Man the gate.
by getting to our horse and escaping the castle.
There he is.
Yeah, and again, there was another part where we used the rolling, the Tsushu roll that we can longer use because the patch. But yeah, this worked as well. And sadly for us, when we escape with the horse take a lot of damage and sadly die in the cutscene that we just keep. And yeah, the horse is already there, buried, and we don't have a horse, so don't have any weapons, we have nothing. And yeah, we are here on this town. I don't remember the name of this town. Yeah, the King Sanctuary. There you go. And yeah, this part also was done with the Tsushu roll, but now we had to relearn and do another route so we don't get spotted. And yeah, we're basically in the third part of the map, which is called
Kamiagata.
Kamiagata. And yes, you can see like the first part in Isuhara was like really green and golden and yellow and like really nice colors. In Toyotama, you have like more like yellow, like maybe a little bit of cloudiness, and now we are like full cloud with snow, no trees, or really like trees that are dead because it's snowy. And yeah, this is scripted so it fits with like the state of Jin. Like the first part was Jin really happy, not happy, but in a really good mood, like getting people, saving Lord Chimura, like all is good. In the second one, he is already embracing the samurai, the ghost way, like more, and now he's like full rogue. So you can see the landscape being a reflection of the travel of the Jin's travel. Being the ghost.
Come on, you stupid horse.
And yeah, Jin was hit, so he used the poison, and the Khan learned the poison. And he used the poison against Jin and has plans to use the poison against the whole island. But somehow Jin survived the poison, even though when Jin uses the poison, the enemy start puking blood immediately after getting hit. But in this case, Jin was able to survive the poison. And
I think I found a better
yeah, this is
hideout.
Act 3. In Act 3, we have only one objective, and that's kill the Khan. So in Act 1, we have like 3-4 objectives. In Act 2 also. And now we have only one, which is kill the Khan.
Yeah, it's
Act 3
basically
is
a
the
pretty
shorter.
straightforward chapter in that regard.
The Mongols have it.
We can fix that.
Let's get the horses.
Yeah, it is the shorter act in the whole run.
Escaped.
It is
Castle guards fired.
less than an hour. And yeah, so you have all your allies. You have Yuna, Norio, Kenji, and Sensei Ishikawa. And yeah, Act 3 is actually really fun to do, and it's also really different to the other ones because you have like some fights, really short fights, and just making plans to go to the Khan place and
If I didn't give myself up,
break it apart.
everyone who followed me would have attacked the samurai and Lord Chimura. It would have been a massacre.
So yeah, we have
Just like the
about
Khan wanted.
40 minutes or so left in the run from this point onward. Probably a little bit less now. 40 minutes was from the actual start of Act 3. So we are fast approaching the end of the run here.
Shimura's a fool for turning against you.
He wanted me to be his son. I destroyed his dream.
By doing the right thing.
Being right.
We were actually initially thinking about how we could have more categories of the game with, you know, a separate category for all of the acts, but we just haven't found a proper way how to make it work for Act 2 and 3, so it's either running Act 1 or the whole game, or, you know, Iki Island, or 2 islands, whatever you want to
Or
do.
Dual Rush.
have
Or
to
Dual
hope I
Rush.
can heal this wound.
Or Legends.
Or Legend.
Whatever happens,
Yeah.
His forgiveness won't change who I am.
He thinks I corrupt.
Yeah, so we have also a
No
leaderboard
choices.
for Legends.
Even
It's
knowing
his
what they've
own
cost
thing.
me, I'd make them again.
But yeah, if you guys like
Shogun
multiplayer,
claims me as a
feel
traitor.
free to check out Legends. It's really, really fun. They added some new stuff not so long ago.
We're close to
And yeah,
Chogoku
it's
Temple.
really, really
There's
fun.
a fishing camp on the lake. We could scout
And
the
it's a
temple
really
grounds.
short runs too. Like every level takes
horses here.
about,
We're going on
5
foot.
minutes, maybe 8 or so. So you can get a lot of runs in very
Woods
fast.
here, thick. Good cover.
Unless you're doing the whole story thing, then it takes about an hour again, but
Safest
you know.
approach to the temple might be over open ground.
Or frozen lake.
Anyway, you just have to go ahead and secure this fishing village, which we'll be doing by basically assassinating a lot of people around here. Just like that. Okay, the other guy just left. I don't mind. Hello. That's pretty fast.
They were working us to death.
You're free now.
That's everyone here.
The temple will have stronger defenses. We can't rush in.
Let's see what we're dealing with.
That's
So
good.
over there is Temple Jokaku, which will serve as our hub for Act 3. However, it has the problem of a lot of Mongols are still calling that their home, so we have to find a way to change that.
Keep watch. I'll draw them out.
Conveniently enough, the Mongols have put a lot of explosive barrels on the icy lake here for whatever reason. I mean, come on people. Why are you putting explosive barrels on a frozen lake? Who even does that? And who is that even dumb enough to charge at said barrels? Like, did you even think about self-preservation? Obviously not. But I don't mind. Gets rid of all these guys really fast.
Got the bastards.
Let's get to the pagoda.
So let's get to the pagoda and finish this job here. And then the temple will be ours. Or the taken.
I already know which part you love to explain, and this is one of them.
I mean, come on. Like, seriously. Haven't these Mongols learned anything about red bells in video games? Do you really have to spell it out?
Yeah, that's definitely the cliche in video games, like a place full of explosives and you have to do one thing.
So why didn't you run away, my friend? Normally you run away, so I don't have to kill you.
Yeah, one thing that happens sometimes, but we do everything so fast that you can see it, is that sometimes you have some red skulls, and that means that the enemies are going to kill the hostages. If that happens, it's game over, but again, we do stuff so fast that doesn't even happen. But this is one of the places that where that can happen.
Jin, over here.
Lord Sakai.
We could use the old.
All right, so we already have a place to hang up with our enemies, and now we're going to get some people that can help us to fight. To recover a place so we can
See what I can make for
all
you.
our allies can go through Toyotama and get to Kamiagata. So we're going to use
Of a samurai.
the help of the wolves to free Fort. How is this called?
Fort Kaminodake.
Kaminodake. There you go. Yeah, because Jin was captured, and yeah, Yuna is here, but you have Kenji, you have Sensei Chikawa, you have Lady Masako, and also a lot of people leave leave the army of Lord Chimura and join the Ghost. So you have like followers now that are going to help you. So you have to clean a pass so they can go through and get here and help you defeating Khotun Khan. So yeah, people is already questioning like the status quo and say, okay, so the ghost save us in a way. So yeah, let's go and fight with him and forget about Lord Chimura.
Yeah, basically, what you have to keep in mind is has been, I don't know, weeks or even months since Jin was in captivity. So a lot changed during that time, and the only way to get into Kamiagata, the region of the island where we are on now, is either through Castle Chimura, which is basically a no-go because, you know, we are at odds with all the samurai now, or Fort Kaminodake. So we take the lesser of two evils and try to take Fort Kaminodake from the Mongols so our allies can actually join us up here in the north where the Khan is, who we intend to kill to finally liberate the island and have our happy ever after.
Yeah, because in a way, Ujimasa Yarikawa was right. The point is not taking Tsushima. The point is using Tsushima as a point for traveling to the mainland. So Khotun Khan is not like escaping from Jin, but is going to a place where he can sail to Japan. So yeah, Jin is following to where he's have the ships and they're going to Japan. Like in story wise in the game, they are close to getting to Japan.
Mongol archers.
Okay, say it. You can say it.
You can say it?
Aeshmah. Yeah, where are we?
Oh! I totally forgot about it. Takeshi's castle. Not quite though. It's just Takeshi's camp. You know, he had to slim down a little bit. It's been a few harsh years for him. But, you know, you people all know Takeshi's castle, right? You gotta know Takeshi's castle. I'd be sorely disappointed if none of you knows Takeshi's castle.
Yeah, so this guy is Takeshi and he is the leader of the wolves. He is friend of Yuna. And yeah, he made a deal with Jin. So they help Jin freeing the Fort Camino Camino. No, why am I forgetting the name? Kaminodake.
We have Kaminodake, we have so many different forts and names. It's getting quite confusing, eh?
Yeah. And Jin is going to let them stay there for the winter. As you can see, winter kind of rough with all the snow. So yeah, they make a deal, and now they are going to free the fort.
And once again, there's another one of my favorite bomb throws, like right at the beginning when we get into that fort. So let's hope it works. Okay, what is Takeshi's challenge? I don't think I've heard about that one.
All right, the next fight is it can go in an annoying way because again we're going to rely on the ability of Jin of terrifying enemies, but there is two enemies that if they don't get terrifying, you can lose a lot of time going after them because they hid behind some crates. So fingers crossed that they are going to get terrified with all the fire that we're going to throw.
We're just gonna cook a bomb and throw it right here while we slaughter that commander. Really terrifying. You know, watching all your people go up in flames while you get beheaded. Okay, who did we miss? Where's the last one? Somewhere over there. You guys just have shot another arrow at him.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
So this is. Wait, this guy was really far from where it's supposed to be. But yeah, that can happen. All right, so now we are going to use a little bit of a skip here to avoid going through a ladder. And we're basically trying to go through the fort, so our friends that are waiting from on the other side can we can crush them in between.
Hello.
There is maybe like 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
There they are. And they brought some friends from Yarikawa.
Right?
Yeah, between 20 and 30 minutes, I guess, is a good estimate. We are fast approaching the end here.
All right, so now our allies enter from the other side, and we just need to clean all these guys here, and that's all.
The fort is ours, my lord.
Now we are reunited with all our friends and also with all the people from Yarikawa and other samurais that left Lord Chimura for the cause of the ghost.
Alright, now that we have our allies, it's time to look for the Khan. Let's see who is actually hiding. So we can, you know, get our plans in motion. In order to finally rid the island of the Mongol threat.
It's good to have some extra hands around here.
So once again, this was another stealth quest that we used to just roll through, but once again, since that has been patched out, what we're gonna do here is once more just equipping the Mongol commander's armor and just running straight through the whole encampment, no questions asked.
I took a risk.
And nobody will be none the wiser. Theoretically, you could run through this encampment with the ghost armor and just dropping smoke bombs at certain points before the enemies actually spot you. However, it can be a little bit sketchy and it can definitely lose you a lot of time if you happen to mistime your placement of the smoke bombs, so I'd rather not do that. Especially not in a marathon. At the end, however, we definitely have to use another smoke bomb so we can actually look at these herbs at the bottom. Because you can only do that while you have not been attacked by any enemies.
Look at the waves.
Over here.
Let's find our plan of attack. The harbor master's estate.
Another interesting thing here is that you actually do not have to look at all 5 of the investigation points here. You only have to look at 4 of them. You can totally skip the middle, and nothing bad will ever happen. So we will do exactly that.
The Mongols left that area empty.
There's a little bit of time, because you don't have to go to that conversation.
That ridge has an open sightline to the Mongol fleet.
Yeah, this is the shorter quest in the whole game.
Takes about
I mean,
3
in the whole
minutes.
run.
Okay, feed is frozen. That's not good. Seems to be working on my end. Oh no!
Sakai,
Lord got some good news.
Should I wait somewhere, or should we just continue?
Still frozen.
Let's hope my uncle reads it.
I mean, I guess we can just quickly do the next quest because it's another sneaking quest. So not at all that interesting, I want to say.
Give one of these a chance.
Easy there. It's all right. I'm a friend.
What will you name this one?
Sora, light from the heavens.
Good choice. How will you get inside your uncle's castle?
I grew up there, and I still remember every hidden path through those old walls. Even as a boy, Lord Chimura couldn't keep up with me.
So the next quest we're actually gonna change to another armor set that we haven't seen so far, and that we only ever used once the Iki Island category comes around, which is the Fundoshi. So we're gonna do this whole thing naked. So good thing that you actually cannot see that. Because this would not be a PG-13 stream anymore, I guess. It's not that bad. But we are basically just wearing our diapers here.
Uncle.
Should I stop the run? While you work on this?
Animated Elf said that you should message they on Discord.
Oh, okay. Alright. I guess we're back. Welcome back, everyone. This time with camera too.
There you go.
Alright then. We're just about to take a icy dive because we are about to once again enter Castle Chimura, so sorry for the tech problems. But we got it working again. You actually didn't miss anything. We just went back to Jogaku Temple and fast traveled here, so all is well. You just missed how I changed our outfit to this, well, half-naked thingy diaper that we're wearing. So yeah, I guess enjoy half-naked Jin for a while we make our way through Castle Chimura that is full of samurai people out to get us. Because the funny thing is, we can't exactly wear the Mongol commander's armor as we normally do while sneaking away from enemies, because these are not Mongols. They will definitely identify you if you try to sneak through here with the Mongol commander's armor, because they are samurai. They're not Mongols. You know, they don't care about your Mongol disguise. In fact, it might even make you even more suspicious if we wear that. So what we instead do is we load up the Fundoshi armor with lots of charms that make it harder for enemies to identify us, and then we just sneak our way through here that way. So, yeah. Don't think we've ever seen that before in a run. So enjoy it while it lasts. But other than that, this is basically the exact same way that we made our way through here at the end of Act 2. Just this time we are naked, more or less.
Yeah, and one interesting thing is that you actually can't kill anyone here. If you kill or hit a samurai, it's game over, because history-wise, you are supposed to only kill like Mongols or bad people. So this is the way of the game for like being consistent, of Jin being like only killing the bad guys. Yeah.
We are still a good guy. You know, we may be a bad guy, but we're not actually a bad guy. That makes sense. You guys have seen Wreck-It Ralph, right? You know that speech from Zangief? About the whole good guy, bad guy thing? Anyway, we're just making our way through the castle here.
Yeah, so you can go through this thing like nothing's happening, but this you only can do this because Lord Chimura is outside the castle, like in the whole thing. So they are not yet called to be like aware of Jin inside. Even though they can't like yell, "Oh, Jin is here," or whatever. So yeah, you can just go through this thing like nothing's happening. But the right way to do that is really stealthy and going outside, and yeah, but you can just go in the middle of the thing and no one's scared.
You basically just have to be fast enough, because for some reason, even in all these stealth sections, it's not exactly being discovered that fails the quest. It is having the enemies call for backup, because that basically alerts the whole camp when that happens. However, since the samurai are programmed to never call for help, you can basically never get a mission failure here, because they never call for help, so that condition is never met. And yeah, that's just nice, I guess. Slight programming oversight, I suppose, but it works in our favor, so I'm not complaining too much about that.
Yeah, please don't tell Sucker Punch. All right, so Eternal Blue Sky is the final big fight quest of the game, and yeah, you can see Aeshmah buying right here. And yeah, we talked to Yuna first, so Yuna now have to do a whole trip, like looking everything, everyone. So we actually have time here. And what good thing about Ghost of Tsushima is while you are on the merchant, the time outside doesn't stop. So you are buying stuff on the merchant, and Yuna is still walking. So you're not wasting time but going shopping there. And now we just need to wait for Yuna for checking, so we can play the flute. We can like look at what things we have. We just need to wait.
Come on, Yuna, hurry up. But yeah, this is basically the second to last quest in the game. It's the last big fight before the epilogue. So I think this will definitely come to a head here. Basically, all the forces are gonna meet up and have one big and last fight to see who the victor will be on Tsushima Island. But I guess my money is on us. I think we will win this. Pretty decisively, actually.
Now! The Mongols are coming. We'll cut down anyone who gets through.
They're just gonna go to the right here. And then face the camera straight up, so that the Mongol reinforcements actually come all the way from the left side. Which is pretty convenient, because there is an explosive barrel right there that we can use. And then we're just gonna go out and clean up the rest of them. Go up here, shoot more explosive barrels. Kill more of them.
Yeah, and this is the last big fight, so we can use everything we have right here, like all the bombs, all the explosive barrels, because after this we are not going to fight like enemies in this way. So you can go all in here.
Plan worked.
And then we will split up from our trusty allies here while they occupy the Mongols. We will just try and sneak into Port Izumi here to try and assassinate the Khan all by our lonesome.
Get to a rooftop. Look over the camp. Figure out how to find the Khan.
Well, let's see how that goes.
We're going to see some stuff here. So killing these guys is not mandatory. We just need to go to a watch point so we can see where the Khan is. So two things can happen. First, we're gonna see the dancing tree here that it moves like this for no reason, and we're also going to use a smoke bomb. So the archer that is behind is not going to hit us while we climb the ladder, because we can and we will get shot and fall off the stair. So here also we don't need to kill anybody here. We just need to go to the last part where the Khan is. And yeah, so basically the last fight with the or better, the fight with the Khan has two parts. First we have a duel, and then we have another fight with the Khan. We only need to kill the Khan in the second part of the fight. So all our effort are going to be right there. And here Aeshmah is going to again change the outfit and is going to wear the running attire, which has the ability of the chances of some of the hits be delivered twice the amount of damage.
You're weak. I defeated you.
Right.
And with all these new things, that fight is actually quite different like it was before. That was a really, really good tool. Now, Aeshmah is wearing the Kensei armor. This armor is built so the ghost weapons deliver more damage. Also, the amount of resolve that you can gain is increased by a lot. And also, you have a charm that if you get hit, you are, instead of losing the whole ghost stance, you are going to lose only one. Only one like red dot of the ghost stance. And again, we're going to be here, and we only need to kill the Khan in this part. We don't need to kill all the enemies. And this fight has two stages. The first, you need to break the speed of the Khan, and in the next one, you are going to, well, you have to kill the Khan basically, and the whole boat is on fire. It's a mess. And yeah, the ghost stance with this armor let you do 5 hits, which is really, really good because all these hits, you can do it without the Khan attacking you, which is amazing.
And that was
yeah, that was a really good fight against the Khan.
I'm pretty happy with that outcome. That was really good. So yeah, we have killed the Khan. We have liberated the island. Everything's peachy, right? Nothing bad will happen now.
The Khan is dead, but his army is still here.
And when they're gone, what
We
happens
won.
then?
We start new
Yay.
lives.
I used to know what my new life would be. Now I'm not even sure who I am.
Bring hope to our people, fear to the Mongols.
And be hunted by samurai.
If anyone can change a samurai's mind, it's you. Keep fighting.
But yeah, it's not actually over. Still have one last thing that we need to do here.
Yeah, so one thing that it doesn't show because it happened in the cutscene is that Lord Chimura actually appeared on the fight. So when Jin went to Castle Chimura to give the message, it says, okay, I'm gonna attack the Khan in this time. If you want to show up, you can show up. And Lord Chimura actually appears, and they together, or the two armies together, defeat the whole army of the Khan. You have enough people that, I mean, Mongols that are here and there, but the main army was already destroyed. And now you have a message of Lord Chimura that says, let's get together and let's talk about this whole thing now that the Khan is already dead.
Here. I'll wait for him on the dock.
So we're gonna meet up with our uncle, have a little chat, and then live happily ever after. Alright? Spoilers, that's not what's gonna happen. So yeah, we'll have another long walkie-talkie with our uncle here. Or for now, it's gonna be a righty-talkie.
Will you remain?
And then it's gonna be a jumpy-talkie. It's actually really not that much walking in these walkie-talkies, now that I think about it.
I won't give up until they've conquered all of Japan.
I will spend what years I have left ensuring they fail. A task I hoped we would face together, as father and son.
You can still remember.
Okay, so this is the last quest, main quest. It's called the Tale of Lord Chimura. And
Here, let us help you.
one interesting thing that it doesn't happen anymore is
Do it alone.
there is two places on the game where the armor that you are wearing gets override with the new when you change clothes in a cutscene. So here, as you can see, Jin is wearing the running attire, but Aeshmah was wearing the running attire before. Oh no, were you?
I was.
Yeah. So, for example, if Aeshmah was wearing another outfit, this outfit will be get override with that set of charms. So when Jin is scripted to change outfit in a cutscene, you need to be careful with what charms you have on before the cutscene. Otherwise, you are gonna get the wrong set of charms, which could be really bad in a run, because then you can't use the same strats because you are delivering less damage, or you don't have a perk that you think you have, or whatever.
It basically happens at this point in the run and during Ghosts from the Past when you get the Sakai armor, where that can happen. I mean, you could theoretically just switch back to the charm loadout that you had previously, but it would take quite a while to go through the menu and change all the charms around again. Because there are a lot of them, and it takes a while to go through the whole list, and then you might forget some, and yeah, bad things can happen, so don't do that. But yeah, as it turns out, our uncle has been sent by the Shogun to take the head of the ghost, and we are very much liking our head. We want to keep that, so yeah.
Yeah, so this is in this category, this is the third mandatory haiku that you need to do. The first one was when you finish Iki. The second one when you get the armor, and the third one is this one. That's all the three mandatory haikus in this category. And yeah, so Lord Chimura basically tells you that you have an army. And
just for the organizers, get ready on time because it's coming up in about 30 seconds or so. Really close to the end here.
I think we are in the war record phase.
You want revenge? Failure. This is not my revenge. This is not my revenge. This is not my revenge.
And get ready on time. Time. So that would have been, yeah, 4 hours, 2 minutes, 48 seconds. I mean, we did have some technical difficulties during the run, so we'd have to go and retime that. But with the time that is on the stream right here, right now, that would be a world record by about 2 minutes. I think my previous one was about 4 hours, 5 minutes and something. Can't remember exactly. So, yeah. Well, let's see about that. And also, let's enjoy the ending here, I suppose.
I will.
After all the heartache and bloodshed and whatnot, one final sacrifice for peace on Tsushima Island. So yeah, once again, thank you for the organizers for having us. This was a lot of fun once again, being back here after a year, and good luck to all the rest of the runners. Let's raise some more money for OMF here, and I hope you have a lot of fun with this marathon. It will be running all the way until Christmas. So yeah, hope to see you guys soon.
Alright, bye everyone. Have a great rest of the marathon.
I'm just gonna wave until we are off screen.